television after this gets going here. So just give you a heads up.
So what does that?
Just keep on. I'll be. That's fine. Nothing. I just wanted to. I'm going to be leaving my control center.
Mayor, I am going to go to.
All right. I think we're live streaming on YouTube right now, which means the afternoon session of the governing body is called to order. It's 4:02 p.m. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Romero Worth, the salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Abeyta, and an invocation led by Councilor Villarreal, Councilwoman Villarreal. If we could all rise, thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
So I'm going to read a passage from Don Coyist. He's a Mohican writer, and it's a prayer. All life is ceremony. Every act is a ceremony creating a result in our lives. Every ceremony we do always brings results to our lives. If we do bad medicine to others, we do bad medicine to ourselves. If we keep on doing bad ceremonies, we will eventually destroy ourselves. Anytime we live out of harmony, we are doing bad ceremonies. Anytime we treat anything with disrespect, whether it is another human being or a plant or an animal, we are performing bad ceremonies. These ceremonies not only have an effect on ourselves, but will simultaneously affect everything. We need to use our power well, not only for good ceremonies, but those that benefit the greater good. Thank you. Before I hand it off to my colleagues about remembrances, I just wanted to recognize two people. Ernie Gonzalez, our beloved mentor and teacher and friend in our community, that was still performing and teaching mariachi and supporting our youth even during his fight against cancer. And I just wanted to send his family and friends and the students that have been mentored by him a lot of love and support. And I know that Ernie will be missed, and just wanted to say vaya con Dios for Señor Gonzalez. As well, I wanted to recognize the passing of Ramiro Miranda Urias, the young boy in middle school that passed away at way too young an age, and just wanted to send love and support also to his family and friends and the students that were with him in school, and also their teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who has a remembrance at this time? Councilor Rivera?
Thank you, Mayor. Just ask the governing body to help me remember my father. Tomorrow would have been the 4th anniversary of his passing, and just think about him every day. So if we can remember him tonight, that would be great.
Absolutely. Others?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor.
I would like to express condolences to the family of Robert Bob Sweeney, who was a longtime figure in our Santa Fe history, our sports culture. We have an elementary school and Sweeney Gymnasium named after him and several other notables in his family. And he was once the coach of UNM Lobo basketball. And his children grew up here, were classmates, some of them classmates of mine. His son, Marty Sweeney, was a former firefighter at City of Santa Fe, and longstanding family. And I still refer to the Santa Fe Convention Center as Sweeney Center, Sweeney Gymnasium. I was a cheerleader there for many years, and it'll never be the convention center to me, ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's take a minute unless there are other, Councilor Garcia, I see you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to give a remembrance to Mr. Gonzalez and his family, and my condolences For those of us that might remember, we had the great honor of him playing and his group playing at our inauguration this past year. So it was great to be able to experience that. And so just want to send my heartfelt condolences to the Gonzalez family.
Thank you. Let's all just take a minute and keep those people and many others, those affected by COVID-19, in our hearts. Thank you, everybody. So with that, if the city clerk could please call the roll.
Yes, Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councilor Beta,
Here.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez. Here. Councilor Garcia,
Present.
Councilor Lindell,
Here.
Councilor Rivera,
Here.
Councilor Mayor Worth,
Here.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Here.
Councilor Villarreal.
Present.
You do have a quorum present, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's item number 5 on our agenda for people who are following at home. Item number 6 would be the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion or amendments to the agenda before we make a motion to approve the agenda?
Mayor, if I could, I have
Yeah, Counselor,
one,
yes,
Sorry.
city clerk, go right ahead, and then we'll get to the counselor.
sorry, I do have one amendment to the agenda. Staff would like to pull item 18A, and not pull, I'm sorry, postpone item 19A. It's Bill 2020-27, and this is regarding the update to the International Fire Code. We would like to postpone that to October 14th.
Okay, so those who are following, postpone item 19A, public hearing till the 14th of October.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
wasn't that 20A? the public hearing?
I have it as a 19A.
On Prime Gov, it says 20 for mine, but
Okay,
Yeah, mine
I have
too.
20A as well.
all right. Well, I'm working from paper, so I'm clearly out of date.
Yep.
All right, but that would be an amendment to the agenda as presented. Are there other amendments?
Move for approval as amended.
There's a motion from Councilor Rivera to approve as
Second.
amended, and a second from Councilwoman Villarreal. Could the clerk please call the roll on the agenda as amended?
Yes, Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Mayor Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. Then we have the consent calendar. Are there items that anybody wishes to remove from the consent calendar? If not, can we get a motion to approve the
Move
consent
to
calendar?
approve.
Motion from
Second.
Councilwoman Villarreal and a second. That was you, Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Okay. Could we call the roll on approving the consent calendar then?
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Mayor Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
thank you. That brings us to the approval of minutes. We have 3 different sets of minutes. The first is from the regular governing body of September the 9th, 2020. Are there amendments or changes to those minutes? If not, can we get a motion to approve them?
Move for
Move to
approval.
approve. Second.
A motion from Councilor Rivera, second from Councilor Cassett Sanchez to approve the minutes of September 9, 2020. Would the clerk please call the roll on those minutes then?
Yes, Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is approved.
The next approval of minutes concerns the emergency governing body meeting of September the 15th of 2020. Are there amendments or changes to those minutes?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I just had a quick question for Attorney McSherry regarding meetings that we could not attend, if it's prudent to abstain in our vote.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal, if you don't feel comfortable being able to confirm that the minutes reflect what happened, then that probably makes sense. If you were able to confirm from either watching or other means, then you could still vote.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Any other questions before we move to the September 15th minutes? Changes, amendments? If not, can we get a motion to approve those?
Move for approval.
Counselor
Second.
Rivera, second from Counselor Lindell. Discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal.
Abstain?
Thank you. Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion is approved.
thank you. And then the third set of minutes are from the special governing body meeting of September 17, 2020. Are there amendments or changes to those minutes?
Move for approval.
Counselor Rivera has moved to approve those. Is there a second?
Second.
Counselor Lindell seconded that motion. Is there discussion? Can we get a call of the roll, please?
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal.
Abstain?
Thank you. Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you read us the next, now we're moving to, the consent calendar has been cleared. So that would bring us to discussion and action items, if I'm correct, Madam Clerk.
That's correct. Our first item is request to publish notice of public hearing on October 28th, 2020. It's for Bill number 2020-25, an ordinance creating a new section 20-7 SFCC 1987 to prohibit certain police activities, including no-knock warrants and requiring the use of body-worn cameras during the execution of any search warrant. And we have Paul Joy, Deputy Police Chief, available.
So I think let's get a motion in front of us and then we can have discussion.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve it from Counselor Cassett Sanchez. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Counselor Lindell. And now discussion or questions of Deputy Chief Joy or myself. I'm the sponsor, main sponsor, although I think Counselor Cassett Sanchez is signed on as well. Is there discussion or questions about this matter before we move it to publishing it for a public hearing? If there are no questions, no comments, no discussion, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
and Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you read us the next item, please?
Yes, this is request for approval of professional services agreements for on-call project management, own representative services with the following 4 contractors: Joe Cohen and Associates, Inc., Leroy Nicholas Pacheco, P.E., Motiva Corporation, and MV5. And they are in the amount not to exceed $1 million, excluding New Mexico gross receipts tax, for a total of 4 years per contractor. And we have Regina Wheeler available.
Okay. Again, I think the process we're trying to practice is to get a motion and then use that as the basis for discussion. So is there a motion on this?
Move to approve.
Counselor Garcia has moved to approve it. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Counselor Abeta, and now we can ask questions or take the matter up if there is discussion. Counselor Vihil Coppler's hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it was this item that we received some communication from the AFSCME union. And the concern is, as I recall, to ensure that there's not a move to privatize services and thereby affect employee responsibilities or loss of jobs. And I was scrolling through this. Now I'm trying to find it. Oh, yes. There's a statement in the memorandum from Sarah Anderson, I guess page 3 of our packet, which says, let's see, first paragraph at the bottom. In addition, these contracts can also be used by other departments such as Parks Department, which is only one, to support project management needs. Can someone explain what those might be?
Gina Wheeler, can you speak to that, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Vihil Coppler, for the question. Yes, as you know, our project administrators at the City of Santa Fe are extremely valuable to us. They make the rubber hit the road on so many of the things that are important to deliver to our constituents and to utilize legislative funding. Parks does not have a project administrator. And so the Public Works Facilities project administrators deploy the parks projects. But it was perceived, you know, there from time to time, Parks will receive a grant or undertake a project, and they may want to have a project administrator that they could utilize to get their project done. You know, we keep a staffing level of project administrators that are very important to us for sort of a consistent level. And these project manager resources would only be used to sort of supplement that existing capacity or expertise where we're lacking it.
Okay, there are also words in here like repair. And if you move that word onto parks, you know, sometimes we have, although I think we only have 6 people in there, maybe less. Sometimes we have them repair things like park benches, broken trash cans, and the structures that hold them, and so on. So can you, I think, go on record by saying that this is not to take over any position of an employee who might do repairs and such now on parks or any other department?
Thank you so much, Councilor Vihil Coppler. Absolutely, we are not intending to displace any work by a city employee with this contract.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, your hand is up as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Wheeler, are we in compliance in ensuring that communications were held more than 30 days with the union?
Thank you, Councilor. Yes, in fact, I just pulled up a letter that we've been talking to the union about this contract since March of this year. And we, if the contract is approved tonight, it would take us at least 30 days to get a project manager on board, particularly at this point to help us with some large road projects that are not staffed right now.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I think there has been some maybe confusion or miscommunication. I know that the union had their concerns that they hadn't received any communication on their behalf Can we provide that to them? And I mean, how can we ensure that communication was held in negotiating this process and ensure that we're in compliance?
Counselor, we have had a number of communications to the union about this. I forwarded one to you today that was transmitted on Monday. I also have a letter that was transmitted in response to a grievance that they submitted in March. So we can make sure that I'll work with the city attorney and HR and make sure it's all in order and that is properly documented.
Okay, and I know you said you sent something today, that can be communications on Monday, but aren't we supposed to give them a heads up of more than 30 days out? So if it was Monday, that's not within the 30-day time frame.
I think the requirement is that it's 30 days prior to actually person into the activity. And so this is not doing that yet.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Wheeler. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Lindell?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just asking a procedural question on this. I'm not sure why we didn't see this at finance.
Thank you so much for the question, Mayor, Councilor Lindell. This contract has been in process for quite some time. As I said, we've been speaking to the union about it since March, and it has become extremely urgently needed now for the CARES money, as well as for the vacancies we now have in the engineering division. And that's why we moved quickly to governing body with John Romero's departure. We have a number of major projects that will need some attention and caretaking until we get his position replaced.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Villarreal, you're up. And then I think Councilor Rivera, your hand is up and Councilor Vihel-Coppler's hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question about, I know you went through the process to look at the PSAs and went through a review process and vetting. I guess I just wanted to understand better why we'd consider an out-of-state company to do project management in our city.
Thank you for that question. NV5, I think, is who you would be referring to. They actually have two on-site project managers, one who actually they hired away from Meow Wolf, and he's an extremely competent project manager, and they have other resources here as well. I think the other companies that we're hiring on this contract are in-state. So, and then we have the NV5. They have a really excellent set of skills, and it looked like, and they have in Santa Fe resources that we could utilize well.
So is there like a hierarchy of how we decide who gets selected first? Is it how they were ranked in the vetting process, or is it just dependent on what needs we have?
Exactly, it's a skill set. Some of these are road professional engineers that could do a road project. Some of them don't have professional engineering licenses. Some of them are experts in facilities construction. Some of them are, there is a resource there that has actually worked inside the city, inside the government process. So they would have great skills in our internal processes. So it would really be a skills-based procurement. And when we could also, when we have a need, if multiple vendors could provide the service, we could ask them for quotes and then select that way.
Okay. And so NV5, even though they're out of state, you said they have a local presence, that actually folks that would be the people doing the service providing are in Santa Fe.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera and then Councilor Vihel-Coppler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Wheeler, is the contractor Leroy Pacheco, is he the one that retired from the city?
Mayor, Councilor Rivera, yes, it is.
All right, so my next question, I think Bernadette is on. I believe PERA has certain requirements, either regarding reporting or how much an individual can make if they're retired. Have we vetted this through PERA, or is that up to the contractor himself?
Mr.
Vern,
Mayor,
Vern, are you there? Yeah.
yes.
okay.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, I have not been in contact with PERA regarding this particular vendor, but you are correct. There are some para regulations that regulate a retiree as far as coming back to employment. So I can certainly work with Ms. Wheeler to ensure that we're in compliance with those regulations.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Vihel Coppler, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering, there seems to be a discrepancy though about when the clock starts and what the collective bargaining agreement requires. And there's clearly a procedure for how this is done. And so some of these documents before us were signed, I guess, August 3rd, and so on. So I don't see anything other than testimony that says, yes, notice was given and the 28 days was complied with. So and yet it's on the agenda tonight, but I'm wondering, was there any union covered position on this evaluation committee?
Thank you for the question. It's been a while since we did that evaluation. The list of committee members is not in the packet, is it? Because I know it was John Romero, myself, Sarah Anderson, and it may have been Sam Burnett. I think we had one of the project administrators with us.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, and the project administrators are considered included in the bargaining unit. And to clarify, in the collective bargaining agreement, the language does state the employer shall notify the union in writing at least 30 calendar days in advance of the use of contract workers, or to extend the use of a contract worker beyond 12 months.
Okay, so it's Ms. Salazar, I guess it's in your interpretation that we have complied, especially because we're under an order now. So I think we should be very careful about how we proceed. So Ms. Salazar, are you extremely confident that we are in compliance, especially with the new order?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel Coppler, I am aware of communications that have happened regarding this particular contract. As Ms. Wheeler mentioned earlier, since before COVID, and in addition to what has been discussed tonight, we can certainly give a formal letter tomorrow, and we would still meet the 30-day notice in compliance with the CBA.
And just a point of order, Mr. Mayor, the order in a previous union matter is actually about an entirely different matter than what's been raised tonight. It's an unrelated order.
Well, okay, thank you for that. I'm wondering though, because the similarities to that order were the fact that this body voted on something, which to me, that's an event that clicks a clock. So not sure. And so I don't have anything in writing in this packet that verifies that something was done. Verbally is fine, but I don't think it really meets the standard of documentation. So I'm going to have to vote no on this because I don't have the relevant information that I need to feel good about the fact that the city is in compliance. So I don't think I have any more questions because there's nothing more I don't think anybody can say. So thank you.
Thank you. I think it's worth, I know it'll still not be in writing to Councilor Vihel Coppler's point, but Ms. Wheeler, if you could just give us a little history here. I think it will be reassuring to everybody that the conversations started in March and have not really resulted in a violation of the communication requirements. I think it's very important that we're all sensitive and sensitized to the desire to improve conversations, communications, and collaboration with AFSCME. I think we're making progress and want to continue to make progress in that respect. I also think we know, based on what both Ms. Salazar and Ms. Wheeler said, that the requirements of the collective bargaining agreement seem to be met by what you all have done. And Section 4, the privatization and contracting out provisions, don't prohibit this agreement. But Ms. Wheeler, if you could just, for the purposes of the record, go back to the best of your ability and reconstruct the discussions that were prior to the onset of COVID in March. That might be constructive, just to provide folks with an additional level of comfort.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'll give what information I have. I have here on March 9th, I received from AFSCME a grievance about this particular contract, a grievance against contracting out project management services. We had dialogue with the union at that time about the intent of this contract to supplement our capacity and expertise, and not to supplant any project administrator positions. Subsequent to, I think this notice particularly ended up being delivered to a number of people over a few weeks at that time, and the conversations were had. A response was drafted. I was actually not the Public Works Director at that time, and don't have the records of that transmission, but I do have the draft of the letter. And then again, on Monday, we were again given something in writing and asked to respond to that. And then I just want to clarify, I think what HR Director Romero was saying was that we are required to give 30 days notice of the use of someone in a project management role, which we have not done yet. The approval of the contract would then be followed by an establishment of a purchase order, and then, and maybe even some vetting prior to that. So it would take us some weeks to get a project manager on board. And so that this notice here tonight would again serve as plenty of notice to meet the 30-day requirement.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal and then Councilwoman Cassett Sanchez, your hands are both up.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Walk me through this then. So we have this amount of money to support contract work for project management. And so how many positions do we have vacant, and are they vacant and we're trying to fill them, or are they frozen positions?
Thank you for that question, Councilor. It's a really important distinction of this project, of this contract. We do not have all of that money. This is not a promise to spend money. This is an on-call contract like our others. And so how it works is when a project arises that needs a support of a project manager that we don't have the expertise or capacity in the city, that project capital money would pay for these project manager services associated with the project. So it's different. Even legislative appropriation money could be used that comes with a project to support this project management.
Okay, I get the aspect of the urgency for the CARES Act money that needs to be spent by the end of December. I'm just still wanting to know about those positions that we've been trying to fill in Public Works, and how many of those positions are positions that would be project management / engineering positions, and if they're vacant because we haven't filled them, or if they're frozen positions.
Thank you for that question. We have carried a vacant traffic engineer position underneath John Romero for the whole 2 years I've been here, and I think it was vacant. We have some challenges getting professional engineers into our company, into our organization. And so we'll be strategizing about that. It's been advertised 5 or 6 times, never even a qualified applicant. So it's the professional engineers that we're lacking. John Romero's now soon to be vacant position will be another one. He was taking care of all of those things. That's a professional engineer license required as well. As is Sarah Anderson's position, which is vacant now that she left, is also a professional engineer license required position. These are not just basic project management positions. And they are not frozen. They are eligible, but we have not been successful yet in recruiting qualified candidates.
And part of the problem I hear from, well, I heard from John is that we're not paying the amount that we have to pay for them is not meeting the mark in terms of like engineering expertise or the needs that we have. So the pay scale is not where it needs to be. So again, I know there's urgency. I guess this will go until what time period that we'd leave this open for contract project management?
4 years.
Did you say
we do them for 1 year terms, renewable 3 times.
4
If I
years.
might add, it's extremely important for us to have this capacity. As you know, that we've been very successful at the legislature over the past few years and gotten quite a bit of capital money. It won't be that way this year. It probably won't be that way for a number of years. And so the capital funding into the city is a variable. And when you want to create a union position that you have to keep forever, it has to be a steady state. And so I think, you know, our project administrators are busy, they're super valuable, they're highly utilized, and they can't always meet the demand of the variable influx of capital like this CARES money as well. But we will definitely be filling all vacant positions that are not frozen, and as they become unfrozen, filling those as well.
Regina, Ms. Wheeler, if I can interject for 1 second, Counselor, if I can just say one thing. I think the
Before you go there, let me just ask a quick question, follow up with Director Wheeler. Is the money, are we considering then possibly increasing the pay scale for those engineering positions we have vacant that we haven't been able to fill?
Thank you so much for the question, Mayor, Councilor Villarreal. That's something that we're definitely considering.
Okay, thank you.
If I can interject one thing, I think what the distinction here is, and what I think what Ms. Wheeler was describing is the difference between one-off projects where we really just need to plug somebody in to get the work done as quickly as we can because we don't have that within our existing skill set or base of employees, versus what you're asking about, which is also important, which is the installed base of engineering talent that we need to rebuild. And they're not mutually exclusive. I think the purpose of this on-call contract is to provide spot services, the salary increases and recruiting and so on of engineers, which is not just a City of Santa Fe problem, but is a statewide problem, is something that we will be addressing going forward to fill those spots and rebuild our existing talent base on an ongoing basis. So it's a both and, not an either or, in my estimation.
So we will see this again next year if this is a year by year.
I don't, how does this get renewed? Is this just an annual renewal, or does it come back for another vote? Yes, can you clarify for that?
Mayor Weber, councilors, my name is Romela Gloriosa Moss. So this is a 4-year term contract, non-renewable. So these contracts will end December 31st, 2024.
It's a one-time contract, but it is for 4 years.
Yes, Mayor Weber.
And does that mean, I mean, if we're trying to assess how to get these projects done, but we still have a potential to hire people, wouldn't we do it year by year? Because we may not need them.
Well, I assume if we don't need them, we won't hire them.
The contract is written that way, Councilor Villarreal. But if we don't have a need, then we don't get their service.
Okay.
It's an on-call, kind of a spot job
Peace.
opportunity. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. That's all I
Okay.
have.
Thank you. Counselor Cassett Sanchez, you have the floor, followed by Counselor Vihil Coppler and Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to confirm, make sure I was understanding something that Ms. Wheeler was saying about our funding sources for this. Tell me if I'm interpreting this correctly, that this contract is going to be funded frequently by sources that are not necessarily ongoing revenues, but they might be revenues that change from year to year based on appropriations we get from the state?
Thank you for your question. That's exactly correct.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate that. And then just regarding communication with the union, with the written letter 30 days before use. I know that this is definitely a area that we are all focused on and want to make sure that is occurring. So I would just ask for us as counselors to be able to get that confirmation that that letter has been sent, as well as a start date. I know that I would appreciate that, and I think that that could help us as we are really trying to make sure that these rules are being followed. So I don't know if that's Aaron or Regina or Jarrell, but whoever's in charge of that, I would greatly appreciate that information coming to us as well.
Thank you, Counselor Mayor. Yes, we will provide that.
Okay, thank you. That was all.
Thank you. Counselor Vihil Coppler, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Well, in order to be sure that we are in compliance, that letter should be in the packet, or else we wouldn't be talking about it. So I'm confused. Is there a written letter prior to tonight's vote that you have in your possession?
Thank you for the question, Counselor. As I stated before, the 30-day requirement is not for adopting the contract, it's for actually hiring a contractor. And so that we could give you a letter tomorrow and then be sure that we don't hire a contractor for 30 days from that date.
Well, it's more than giving us a letter. It's having, the meetings with the union to produce the agreement and then proceed with the letter. So otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten this correspondence saying that we're not in compliance. And it's not written in this contract, but the bargaining language also says, or to extend these contract workers beyond 12 months. So it seems to me that I see this is renewable. This is every 4 years. I mean, it's good for 4 years, but the way I interpret this, there has to be another agreement that the city's going to extend for 12 months. So this would happen every 12 months where we just have notification and agreement that we're going to go beyond the 12 months. That's the way I read it. But the point, the most important point I think before us is that we have that written letter that the collective bargaining agreement requires us to have.
City Attorney, your hand is up. I think you have some clarification to offer.
I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I'm a little bit worried. The governing body approves the overall collective bargaining agreement, but the governing body is not in a monitoring or oversight role for the collective bargaining agreement. The Public Employee Labor Relations Board is. So if the union thinks there's a violation, they have a way to enforce the contract. I think certainly management can provide the governing body letters when they intend to use, but I think creating that expectation is probably unreasonable for just the contract overall, because there's lots of requirements for notice in various provisions of the contract, and they're all a little bit different. So each article has different expectations, but the governing body, I don't think, wants to put itself in a role of monitoring the day-to-day management actions of the city. And that would probably be a misuse of resources And then also just a misuse of powers.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to respond.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I understand the city attorney's interpretation, but when we go before, I think what I heard was, oh, well, let's just do it. And if they want to take us to the PELRB, then let them. But that's not the position. I think we just went through that. And I don't think that's the position the city should take. I think we should be more proactive than reactive. And there is an agreement in place. And as the policymakers of the city of Santa Fe sitting right here in this meeting, the buck stops with us. I'm not trying to get into the minutia of managing. What I'm trying to get at is that the city government, that we are the purveyors of policy, are making sure that we are following. And it's right here in writing, Section 4, privatization and contracting out. If we don't like the language, then the management team who negotiated this shouldn't have agreed to it, but there it is, and it's negotiated, and I'm reading right from it. So I don't like my name associated with all kinds of cases on, as a representative of city government. So I suggest we be more proactive, and we just came out of one. So I just can't, I don't, there is nothing here that gives me the absolute decision, in the decision that I have tonight, to move forward, because I feel like we're missing something. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, your hand is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And in response to that as well, I feel it's prudent of us as the governing body to ensure that we are moving forward with the citizens' best interest, the taxpayers' best interest. And if we're moving forward with agreements, we know that is going to end up in litigation. Maybe that's the wrong decision from the offset. So I've got a question. And I guess this is for Ms. Wheeler, have we made every effort to utilize our employees to perform all work that's being proposed in this contract?
Thank you so much, Councilor and Mayor. Yes, absolutely. Well, first of all, we haven't used the contract. And second of all, our employees always utilize first to the maximum capacity and skill set that they have.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And so I'm looking at the CBA, and in Section 4, Item B, it's clearly states that should not exceed 12 months when the employer demonstrates the expertise is not available, which I think you just said. So my question is, why are we entering in a four-year agreement when the CBA clearly states 12 months? What's the prohibition of us entering into a 12-month agreement and then it coming before the governing body again in 12 months?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, we don't expect to hire any particular project manager for over 12 months for any one project. And I think that's what that's referring to. We would hire, as Mayor said, these are for, on-call contract, a project that we need to get done, money that we need to spend. And if we were to need a project manager to stay on a project for longer than 12 months, we would certainly give a necessary written notice. But it is a really important capacity builder and expertise builder for the city to have to be able to deploy projects. You'll see when we give you the next capital project update report that we're not making fast enough progress on deploying our GRT bond, our legislative funds, and this will help us do a better job with that.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
If I may, Councilor Garcia, also to address your question, I think that the CBA has contemplated, and probably through discussions and many previous collective bargaining negotiations, that sometimes these contracts will go beyond the 12 months. That's why it says generally. And then it does have the provision that if it does go above the 12 months, then the city is to provide notification. So I think that this scenario has been anticipated through the course of the negotiation process.
Thank you for the clarification, Ms. Salazar. And I understand where we're going with this, and we can wordsmith this, but if we're trying to form good relationships with our union friends, I think it's in our best interest to revisit this in 12 months versus trying to wordsmith, words like generally. And to me, I think we should revisit this in 12 months. If we're going to enter into this contract, we should see where we're at 12 months. Because we might have the ability to bring on full-time employees for this work. And that would be my preference instead of contracting it out. So I don't know how we can adjust this contract to come before us in 12 months, but that would be my preference. I think we've got to see where we're at in 12 months, see if we can utilize our city team to bring this work under our belt. And if we can't, then the contract comes before us again and the governing body makes that decision at that time. That's all.
Thank you, Councilor. Let me see if I can ask a question that might provide a little clarification. The agreement provides a 4-year period during which we can use on-call services. None of those on-call services is for more than, well, none of them exist, number one. And your expectation, Director Wheeler, is that they're not likely to exceed 12 months, those individual spot work projects. So the agreement overall simply says within a period of 4 years, we have the ability to use these on-call services for spot work on contracts that have not yet even been let. At the end of 4 years, this agreement is null and void. During the course of the 4 years, we will probably not be using any of these individuals for more than a 12-month period. But if we were to, that would have to be something we would be notifying everybody of. So the time period for the overall agreement is 4 years. The individual spot work probably won't be a 12-month engagement. Is that a fair statement, Director Wheeler?
Mayor, yes, it is. And I would add to that, that if we find ourselves in a situation of a consistent level of work that would point towards having more project administrators on staff, and we will certainly bring that forward as part of our budget process. And should the governing body, provide us with, see fit as well to provide additional positions, we would certainly proceed with that as well. That doesn't relieve the need for a contract like this, though, that does supplement our expertise particularly.
Right. We're not trying to avoid hiring more contract administrators. We're simply trying to provide spot work for the projects we're trying to move forward, where we're not really staffed up or equipped at the moment. Okay, Councilor Garcia, did you have more? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's all I had, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe the next person with their hand up is Councilor Rivera. Although the city attorney has had her hand up, I don't know if you're offering some clarification before we move on to more questions.
I did just want to clarify something I said earlier. I was not suggesting that this matter is anticipated to go to litigation at all, nor should it. So I did want to make that clarification. It sounds like based on what staff has said today, there's no reason that it should. I was just saying in general, there is a framework that's established between the policymakers that adopt the CBA, the management team that implements the CBA, and the labor board that oversees our fair implementation. That was my main point. It wasn't saying that this matter should or is anticipated to go to litigation. It is not.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Councilor Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to try to clarify something that I heard. And in my time as a city employee, as well as a governing body member, which has been many, many, many years, all 4-year contracts have had to come back on an annual basis. And that's why we see Amendment 2 to a 4-year contract, Amendment 3 to a 4-year contract. So it's my understanding they have to come back on a yearly basis to be approved for the upcoming year. So I don't know if Mary, Miss McCoy, or Miss McSherry can clarify that.
City Attorney, can you speak to that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera. I think there had been a practice of bringing contracts back, and maybe they didn't have the language about insufficient appropriations in them previously. But the city is using the language that the state also uses for multi-year contracts to allow contracts to terminate should we not appropriate sufficient funds to fund them. So with that language, we're able to comply with the Abatement Act and also have multi-year contracts that are of the term that's permitted under the procurement code. So for professional services contract, the procurement allows for up to 4 years. And for general services contract, the procurement code allows up for 8 years. And then there's a few categories that can go longer, or actually it now allows for 10 years for general services. So this one is a 4-year.
So how would the governing body not approve this going beyond 1 year if it's not required to come back?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, the term would need to be amended.
To a yearly basis, or to say that it would have to come back on a yearly basis for reapproval?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, you could do it either way. You could make it a one-year contract, or you could make it a 4-year contract that requires 1-year extensions from the initial term, 1 year. You could phrase it either way.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I believe, well, let's see, we've got Councilwoman Vihel Coppler and Councilwoman Villarreal and Councilor Abeyta, all 3 of you waiting for your turn. Councilor Vihel Coppler, you're first in line, and then we'll go to Councilor Villarreal. Okay.
So I wanted to get back to this language, and I don't really see, I don't really see any lack of clarity. So in section 4, privatization and contracting out, item B, it says, generally the employer's intent to utilize contract workers will be for projects not to exceed 12 months. When the employer demonstrates expertise isn't available, the contract will result in cost savings, which I don't know that that's been demonstrated, but nevertheless, then it goes on in the next section to say, the employer shall notify the union at least 30 calendar days in advance of the use of contract workers, or to extend the use of contract workers beyond the 12 months. So I think it's both. 30 days when we have intent. To me, what's before us tonight is intent. We act on this, it's our intention to use contract workers. And then nextly, as Councilor Rivera and others have pointed out, we need to notify them 30 days in advance if we're going to use them after more than 12 months. It's very clear to me. And I understand we got a bunch of letters, I just read them from Ms. Wheeler, but yet there is not anything in writing which is required. So I don't think we're meeting the bargain, this contract, these contract stipulations, because we have nothing to prove it. And secondly, this contract before us, as has been pointed out, isn't going to comply with the second part of the language in the collective bargaining agreement. So I'm not trying to be a pain. What I'm trying to do is say, let's do things right. Let's comply with what the city agreed to. And I don't think it's going to be very difficult. If we don't even know when we're going to use these people, which has been testified to tonight, what's the big deal? Get a letter out. We already know what's, I know that the other, the city attorney has told us the other matter that we just concluded was not the same, but the lesson was the same. The lesson was the same. And so that's what I'm worried about by voting on this, which I've already said I would vote no, because I don't think we're meeting the intent of the collective bargaining unit, but we can postpone it. If we don't even know when we're going to hire these people, unless Ms. Wheeler can tell me we're going to drop the ball on something, then why not do things right? That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I, before you answer, Director Wheeler, Director Salazar, if you could, the question about extending the use of contract workers beyond 12 months, does that refer to the actual work of a particular project, or does that address the 4-year agreement to, in the future, use contract workers?
Mr. Mayor, I believe the contract language says, or to extend the use of contract workers beyond the 12 months. So as Director Wheeler mentioned, this is an on-call contract. So we can certainly ensure that we're in compliance with the 12-month threshold, depending on where we're at in, say, 10 months from now, to determine if those contract workers are still doing work, and then we would send out the written notification of our intent to extend the 12-month period.
So it doesn't really kick in until we would have somebody working as a temporary contract project manager, rather than waiting in the future for that to happen. It actually addresses the specifics of an agreement.
Correct.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up.
Just quick question. So the $1 million, it's not to exceed $1 million over a 4-year period, correct? Not $1 million a year?
Director Wheeler?
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to let Ramella answer that question since she put this packet together.
Oh, okay. I didn't,
Mayor,
just-
Mayor
no.
Weber, Councilor Villarreal, yes, you're correct.
so it's $1 million
Or for
for over
not
the
annually,
over the
not
length
annually.
over the length of the agreement.
Yes,
Okay.
Mayor Weber.
And so there is a desire to have this come back to us just to check in and see where we're at after the first year. And so I'm in favor of making that change. Just putting it out there. So I'll yield the floor for now.
Thank you. Councilor Abeyta, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. The question I have is, when does the language in the CBA get triggered? Does it get triggered now, or before we actually decide to pick an on-call contractor to use? Because what I'm hearing staff saying is, we will give the 30-day notice before we decide to use somebody on a project. And every time we decide to use somebody. Whereas if we go with the other interpretation, we could give 30-day notice and then hire them all we want over the next year without giving any other notice to the union. And I don't think that was the intent of the language. Am I getting this right, or am I still missing something?
Is that a question for the city
Or either
attorney
legal
or
or-
our HR director? Who's
Either
that?
one, legal or HR.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Abeyta, I think you make a really good point. I think the application for this type of contract is very different than if we were hiring a specific contractor to start work immediately. The on-call construct makes it a lot different type of a situation, right? Because we're not actually asking someone to start work immediately. We're saying you'll be available and then we'll let you know when we need you, versus something else where the contract starts day one, we're expecting someone to start working, which would probably be a different calendar of notice and all of that. So I think you raise a very helpful point.
So before we actually use one of these on-call contractors, we will give the 30-day notice to the union and comply with and then we won't go over a year. We won't do those things unless we comply with the language in the contract. Is that what I'm hearing?
That understanding correct, either Director Wheeler or City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor and City Attorney and Councilor, for that clarification. That I had imagined the first notice for the first time we used it 30 days prior to bringing a contractor on, but it's a great point that we'll need to notice every time conceivably that we use this contract for a contractor, which would be probably better suited to the union's desires in the contract.
Or we could do what some of the other counselors want, which is just give the union a 30-day, table it, give them a 30-day notice, and then we have the freedom to use the contractors as much as we want, whenever we want, without having to go back and notify the union. right? So that might actually be better.
Well, or to, I think what Director Wheeler said earlier is that we're not going to be putting anybody under any contract to exercise this agreement, should this agreement be approved, for at least 30 days. There will not be work under this contract for the next 30 days, or this agreement. There are no agreements with any of these parties currently in effect. So nothing would get done to even implement a single use of this agreement within the next 30 days to begin with. That is not going to happen.
But if we give them notice now, then we can just use them as much as we want over the next year. Whereas the other way, you could read the language in the CBA saying, before you use one, you need to give them 30-day notice, whether it's 10 times in a year or 5 projects in a year, or because then if that's the case, I would think if I was the union, I'd want that kind of notice. I'd want a notice every time we were going to use one, instead of just one blanket one that's being maybe suggested tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I believe Councilor Romero Worth, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to piggyback on what Councilor Beta was saying. So, and I want to make sure I'm understanding this. So right now, what we're approving is a contract for, I think Councilor Villarreal said, and I just lost my Prime Gov again, sorry, $1 million, right?
Yes.
And it's with a handful of contractors. Again, I've lost the feed. It expires and then kicks you out, and then you got to pull it back up, and sometimes that just doesn't work. So anyway, so we got $1 million, a handful of contractors. That's what we would be approving tonight. Then if we went to use one of those contractors, that contract would also have to come back to us. Is that correct? If it was under a certain, if it was over the city manager's authority to sign, or no?
I'm seeing heads shaking. Yes, go ahead.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, no, it's not going back to the governing body for approval.
Okay.
Because that is their contract, $1 million.
Okay.
For 4-year terms. There are 4 contractors.
But a total pot of $1 million to be used on those 4 contractors.
$4 million, Councilor Romero Worth. So $1 million per contractor.
Really? Now I think I need to make my Prime Gov live again.
For 4 years for each contractor, it's $1 million not to exceed. So you could do up to $250,000 a year with each contractor, approximately. And the reason for that.
Okay, but it's not $1 million per. Well, I guess it could be if you use them 4 times. Okay. But then back to, but again, so I just go back to Councilor Abeta's question, which is the way the CBA reads, though, we are supposed to give notice 30 days before we use one of them. And is that the interpretation that we're going with?
Point of information, that's the actual words. So it's not an interpretation, those are the words.
Okay, so that, all right, but so maybe not the interpretation, that's the understanding that we're going with, is that we don't have to notify formally in writing the union until we're actually going to contract one of those 4 for whatever the project is, correct?
City Attorney?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, the language is the use of the contract. It doesn't say 30 days prior to executing a contract or prior to approval of a contract. It says the use of. So tonight we are approving a contract which will allow it to be executed.
But we're not using it yet.
Correct. Well, right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Councilor Vihel-Coppler, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. The word intent, I'm going to get back to that because this contract tonight serves notice to the world that we intend to use contractors. I think this is intent. Now, intent to utilize, not utilize. The word intent is there. That's what I'm thinking. That means a whole lot in the context of what we're talking about. This vote tonight and this contract shows that we intend to use contract workers. It doesn't say we've hired them. It says we intend to utilize them. Doesn't say hire. But it also speaks, getting back to Councilor Beta's point, it says or. So intent to use them for less than 12 months or come back to renew for 12 months. Or, so or is the other operative word here. So those are two, we have two standards to meet, not one. Well, three, word is intent, which I interpret tonight's agenda item to be intent, serving notice that we're going to do this. Number two, less than 12 months or more than 12 months. But the other things that I haven't heard about, we're supposed to have something that has said that, you know, we've evaluated the expertise, and that's not in writing. We don't have anything in writing that says we don't have the expertise. We don't have anything in writing justifying that this is going to be a cost savings, that contracting out is going to save the city money. That's also a requirement. So we haven't talked about that, and I haven't seen that in anything. And believe me, I am not against having the city move forward because I know we don't have the people on staff, but we have a collective bargaining agreement here and we need to honor it. So that's my interpretation.
Thank you. Councilor, City Attorney, please. You're a counselor in a law firm, or you are a legal counselor, but not a city councilor. You are the
SEL,
yeah.
SEL, not SEIL. Mayor Weber, just point of information. The language is about notice in advance of the use of. The intent language is a different portion of this article. It's not in the notice section. It would be hard to provide notice before you intend to do something. Once you form intent, then you can provide notice. It's hard to provide notice before you actually know you're going to do something. But there is the word intent, but it's just not in conjunction with the notice provision.
Thank you. I think it's true, and maybe we haven't talked about this enough, but Director Wheeler, I think the trigger for all of this is your perception that we're falling. It has to do with this notion that the workload exceeds the present workforce's capacity. If we had a steady, stable, and consistently predictable workload, obviously the preference is to hire additional people on a full-time basis, but we're dealing with a lot of volatility in the workload, some of it based on state allocation, some of it now CARES Act triggered, which we are under extraordinary pressure to execute. And so if I'm not mistaken, we haven't really spoken. I do believe that the part that is triggering this in your professional area is the need for additional short-term spot help because the present workforce capacity or capability is exceeded by the demand of the work that you're being asked to perform and the time frame within which you need to perform that. We haven't really addressed the backstory to this effort. Maybe you could flesh that out, because I think that really is what's happening here.
Thank you so much, Mayor. That is a really key piece of the purpose of this contract. And I was remembering a few moments ago that it's Councilor Harris that started this whole process many months ago when he said, you guys really need to really beef up your capacity and expertise to deliver on these legislative appropriations that we've been so lucky to receive, but have these very short 3-year timeframes on pretty big chunks of money and big projects. And so you can't exactly create a long-term positioned based on a 3-year funding, but you certainly want to utilize it to deploy the benefits to the community. And that's exactly the situation we're in now with some of our legislative funding and so federal funding for the roads too as well, where the professional engineering license is key. And so it's really important that we have these capacities so that City of Santa Fe can take advantage of the funding that we have at our fingertips. And if we choose not to, then we can always just not.
Well, but there is a risk, I believe, and I don't know if Director McCoy is on this call or not, but unless I'm mistaken, under some of our agreements with bond issues that we've entered into, we're obligated to spend 85 or a specific amount of that money within a specific amount of time when it particularly has to do with a capital project. And if we fail to meet that, we really aren't keeping our word in the bond issues that we've made. I see 2 hands are up. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Gloriosa Moss. I think you're muted though. I think you're still muted.
Sorry about that.
Now you're
Mayor
good.
Weber, I would like to speak on that issue. When we drafted the RFP sometime in January, I did not know that, of course, how would I know that we will lose our supervisor engineer, who is Sarah Anderson, and now our division director, Engineer John Romero, on Friday. So, for example, in roadway and trails, we have only 2 projects administrators and 1 ADA coordinator. And for example, me, I am managing 8 active projects. There are 2 projects that I am going to apply funding for or request the agreement from NMDOT sometime in October. The other project administrator is he's managing construction projects, 2 construction projects, and he's also doing the driveway permitting that the previous employee, he's retiring this Friday also. And the ADA coordinator, he's the ADA coordinator for the city, and he's also managing 3 projects. So we are so short-staffed, and we have all these projects that we need to complete within 3 years. And there's one complex project that is going before NMDOT review in a couple of weeks. Our problem is that we don't have the technical expertise. We don't have a PE in engineering division. I am not an engineer. I am a professional planner, but I'm a projects administrator. I have experience in administering capital projects, but I cannot make technical decisions like a PE can. So this contract will help roadway and trails a lot.
Thank you. Aaron, did you want to add something? I know you also had your hand up previously.
On the point of expenditure rate, we do have to, as a city, agree when we receive certain state funds, if they're funded by tax exempt bonds, to spend them at an over 80% rate within 3 years. So that's one of our contractual agreements with the state to receive the funds. And then also for our own tax exempt bonds, that's something we have to assure.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett Sanchez, your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Rommela for the information that you just provided. I was planning on speaking to something else, but what I just heard from you is the sense that our staff is overworked. I mean, we know that we are understaffed, and I think that we can all say that in situations where it is appropriate, we would all prefer to fill those positions, and in situations where we can, and all these positions are currently open and being advertised for, and I agree that we need to look at our salaries and how competitive we're being. Thank you, Councilor Villarreal, for giving me the signal and knowing where my brain was going. But what I'm really hearing from Ramella is that there is work to be done. There is work to be done that is going to improve our city. We do not have the capacity or the expertise, and so we are not serving our community the way that we need to. And I think that's really important. So thank you for that. I appreciate you providing that information. Ms. Wheeler, the other question, or maybe Ramella, you're the one to answer this question. Do we already have all the projects in place that we would potentially want to use this contract for? Do we know what they are? Okay.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Casut Sanchez, Exhibit B in your packet. That has 41 capital projects, but it's only for fiscal year 2021. There are other projects that's coming online, and some of the projects that I'm managing now are not included in that Exhibit B. The biggest one is the Guadalupe reconstruction project that is going before NMDOT review within 2 weeks, and that's the 90% plan, design plan. My concern as a project administrator in roadway and trails is that we don't have a PE. I can manage the projects, the administration of the project, like contracts, contract administration, writing RFPs, bidding, services, all those I can manage. But technical questions, like, for example, how many lights do we need in a roundabout? Like, one of my projects is the Camino Entrada Improvements projects. And the consultant, the design consultant, was suggesting a number of lights. And Engineer Romero said that we don't need those number of lights. That's too much. That's too many. That I cannot say. If I'm managing that project, I don't have the skills to say that to the consultant that there are too many lights. That's my concern. And these contractors are PEs, that they can provide that skills to project administrators.
Thank you so much for that example. And the reason that I asked about those, if these are if we know exactly what all of the projects would be over the course of 4 years, is to address that issue of expertise, in the sense that if we don't know all the projects, we don't necessarily know all the expertise. And it goes back to this question of, when does the notice get triggered, and making sure that that with each project, we are really addressing it as an individual and not as a clump. And so that's, I think, a really important piece as we're looking at this. Ms. McSherry, maybe you have it up. I do think it's important. We are all looking at documents that anybody listening at home does not have. And so we keep talking about, the word intent and the word use. Aaron, could you read the sentences so that people actually hear the full sentences? Because I worry that we're talking about them in context and just a few pieces of them, but we're not providing the public what those sentences say, because they're in our email and not in the packet.
Sure. Mayor Weber, Councilor Casut Sanchez. I believe that we're mostly talking about Part C of this particular article, and that part says the employer shall notify the union in writing at least 30 calendar days in advance of the use of contract workers, or to extend the use of contract workers beyond 12 months.
Thank you, Ms. McSherry. And where is the word intent coming from as well?
Sure. Mayor Weber, Councilor Casut Sanchez. I believe that the word intent, so I think we're mostly talking about that section about notice is the primary focus of this. But then there is the word intent in part B of section 4. And that says, generally, the employer's intent to utilize contract workers will be for projects not to exceed 12 months. And then it gives some criteria about those types of contracts. So that provision is not about notice, but more about the types of contract workers and the intent of those.
Thank you very much, Ms. McSherry. I know that I would have not been able to follow the conversation if I did not have the words in front of me, so I wanted to make sure that those were out into the public. So I appreciate that. I yield the camera.
Thank you. Any other discussion at this time? I have one question. Up, Councilor Rivera, your hand is up. Thank you for saving me.
Thanks, Mayor. Just so I heard both you and Ms. Wheeler say that these contractors would not be used within this next 30 days. So why not submit a letter, give it to the union, come back in 30 days since we weren't going to utilize these anyway, and do it so that everyone feels comfortable. That would be a suggestion. That was my only comment, Mayor. Thank you.
Director Wheeler, I think there's some issues of time and timing, and I also think there's a question on the floor you might want to address about the benefits or problems with bringing this back annually for the governing body to look at this agreement on a year-to-year basis versus having it run for the 4 years that it is currently written for. I don't think I know the answers to those questions. Perhaps you can help us.
Thank you, Mayor. It is extremely urgent that we get this contract established. We'd like to start talking to these vendors, getting quotes for work that we need done. We wouldn't bring them on board, but we need to go through that process of the task order, getting quotes from them, getting a task order in place, getting a purchase order in place, and that'll take weeks in and of itself. We brought it directly to governing body because there is an urgency to assist us with deploying capital that has a very short. So that's why it's here. And the other thing is that, it does take, as Ramella has represented, we are all extremely stretched trying to deploy services to the residents of the city of Santa Fe, trying to deploy the capital projects, trying to complete the reorganization, take care of all of our employees, implement measures. There's a lot of work to be done, and to have to add administrative process to that, it takes away from our ability to deliver. And so we can certainly do whatever we're required to do, but it's extremely helpful for us to have the framework in place to really get work done, to deliver on the vision that the governing body sets for us, and deploy the resources that are available to us, just so we can do our best.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera, did you have some more? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was good, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, I think Councilor Abeyta's hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. So I assume this language has been in the contract quite some time. Have we utilized it before? Have we utilized on-call contractors before? And what process did we follow? I don't know, Regina, if you have any examples, or maybe someone that's been on staff a little longer, because it seems, or is this the first time we're actually going to utilize this and interpret this language?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Abeyta, I'd like to address the first part of the question. And this particular contract has been in place since July 1st of 2017. And to my knowledge, this language hasn't changed over the course of probably at least 2 contracts before that. So they're approximately 3 years at a time. So at least nine plus years, this language has been consistent. And so I can answer that first part.
Okay, and what about, do we have any other on-call contractors, and what process did we go through to get them to call?
Thank you, Councilor and Mayor. We have on-call services for design engineering, and we haven't received the same sort of interpretation of that utilization. I think because it's more considered the bringing in of a company to do work that exceeds our capacity and expertise rather than an individual. And I think that would probably be the way that this could be interpreted as well. That's one of the on-call contracts that I'm aware of. We have on-call contracts with landscaping companies that we use to supplement our capacity and expertise. From time to time, for instance, at Midtown, there's Proscapes has been taking care of that campus since it exceeds our capacity and expertise. So there are actually a number of other on-call contracts that have been sort of considered differently with respect to this.
And so before we utilized them, what process did we follow? Did we get them on call like we're doing this one and then notify them before we used them? Or did we actually do a notice like some counselors are requesting now?
Counselor and Mayor, I'm not aware of exactly what process has been followed with those contracts regarding this part of the union contract.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion, conversation? We have a motion and a second in front of us. If they're up, Councilor Villarreal's hand is up.
Yeah, I'd like to propose a friendly amendment.
There's a Councilor, let's see, there's a proposal for an amendment. Do you want to make your amendment?
Yes, that we reevaluate the on-call professional service agreements after the first year, because of the fact we understand the urgency. All of us know there's short-staffed issues. We need to get these projects completed. However, in a year, I'd like to see that we actually fill the positions that we've had vacant, and so that, which would mean that we wouldn't need on-call project management. So I'd still like to support. I'd still like to have a year, come back in a year to evaluate this on-call contract.
So the amendment would be to amend the agreement, but I'm not entirely sure what.
Amend the agreement so that the on-call project, sorry, the professional services agreement would be reevaluated after the first year. That we would see this agreement, on-call agreement, again in a year.
City Attorney, you've turned into Darth Vader.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, may I make a comment, please?
Please.
So even if all the vacant positions we have are filled in a year from now, there could still be projects that the city might be in need of having a contractor fulfill those positions, those work duties or projects, because it might be a short-term project, or we don't have the expertise or capacity, even if we're fully staffed. So I just want to make that point of clarification that we might still be in need of a contractor to perform some of these functions.
Thank you for that. I realize that would be an issue, but in the year we could reevaluate that as needed and reevaluate the amount too of $1 million and see if that's even necessary at that time as well.
And the city attorney does have her hand up.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal, I was just going to suggest that perhaps a way to do that would be to amend the term to 1 year, renewable up to 4 years.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for the language clarification.
Okay, so the amendment is, could you restate it one more time?
Yes, Mayor Weber, to amend the term of the proposed contract to 1 year, renewable up to 4 years
Is there
total.
a second?
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Is there discussion of this amendment? I see several hands are up, including some staff hands. I'd start with Councilor Lindell's hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. I would want to add just on that. I mean, philosophically, I support that, but on a practical level, I'd like to know if whether it's Ms. Wheeler or Ms. Salazar or the city manager could address, is an amendment like that going to dramatically, because of our internal processes of changing contracts, is that going to slow down being able to commence this work that we feel like we're behind right now. I see perhaps, I don't know you, Ms. Ross, but perhaps you have a comment on that.
Yeah, Romelli, I think that was addressed to you. And your hand is up, so perhaps you can respond. I think this is about the trade-off between review and speed and efficacy.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, that's my question, the technicality, because if we need to amend the contract itself, because the contract states that it's non-renewable for 4 years. If we change the contract, I have to go back to the 4 contractors and renegotiate the contract because they already signed the contract that their contract is for 4 years non-renewable. So if we change the term, I have to go back to the 4 contractors, renegotiate the contract, have them sign all the contracts, and then the legal needs to change the contract, the language of the contract, all those things. So it will delay the implementation of these contracts.
And Mayor Weber, on that point, I have a quick question on the procurement. This might be a Glorioso Mas or Wheeler question. Was our RFP specific about the term that would be offered to the respondents to the RFP?
The RFP did not state that the contract will be for 4 years.
Okay, because if it had, we might not be able to make this amendment, but it sounds like there may have been that flexibility. Thanks.
Okay, but it would require going back to the people with whom we negotiated this agreement, if I understand your answer. Councilor Lindell, you still have the floor.
Yeah, you know, like I said, philosophically, Councilor Villarreal, I support that. I'm just concerned about how it slows us down, knowing how, I mean, that could be months. The second part of my question, I guess, would be whether it's probably to Ms. Salazar. How long has it been that we've been trying to hire engineers?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, it's been several months. So we've been in communication with Ms. Wheeler and also other department directors who have engineers in their departments to reevaluate the job descriptions and run it through our process again to determine if we can increase the range, the pay range for those particular positions, but we are just not getting the applicant pools that we need.
Okay, when you say several months, like, are we talking that we've been trying to hire engineers at the city for 6 months, for 9 months? How many times have we advertised and put out and tried to hire engineers? And we just don't seem to get them hired. I see your hand up, Mayor. You're running the meeting. You get to call on yourself.
I do respect the staff's expertise, but I can tell you that the conversations around hiring engineers that I've been a party to goes back to my coming into the mayor's office. There is a statewide shortage of engineers in New Mexico. Our current governor, when she became governor, faced that same problem. And there's been a competition, not only from local government, but between local government and state government, as we see John Romero being offered a really attractive position with the state because they've been looking for engineers. I know that this position of traffic engineer, which I take extremely seriously because of its significance to our land use planning, housing, and neighborhood livability agenda, is something that I know Councilor Rivera cares about because of the issues he's raised on Airport Road. Others have raised on with regard to other parts of the city. We've put that position out 5 or so times. And I recently sent it to a former colleague of mine who ran the Bay Area Rapid Transit Authority for about a decade, and asked her to give me advice on just what it would take for the city of Santa Fe to attract a traffic engineer. And her immediate response was she has a network of people to whom she could send the position, but not at the salary that we're currently offering, because it would be a waste of everybody's time. So this is a problem that is not easily remedied, not just for the city of Santa Fe, but for the state of New Mexico and other local jurisdictions across New Mexico. There just is a very severe competition, as well as within the private sector. Don't want to leave that out. A lot of the firms that do this kind of work are able to pay more and are able to attract engineers, and we are competing with the public sector and the private sector for all of these very, very scarce, talented individuals. And so the need, and I would add one other thing while I've given myself the floor, Counselor. Thank you for humoring me. I mean, I know this is in the packet. It's not up on our screen right now, but I was struck when we looked at Exhibit B, the reprioritized city capital infrastructure projects for FY21 that's in our packet. The significant number of projects that we have undertaken to make the city more livable and to put people to work doing these projects. And if we can't get the project management in place, they are simply not going to get done. There is a serious roadblock, a gating influence that is threatening us, not just to not get the money spent or to have to pay a penalty for not meeting our bond obligations, but people are expecting us to deliver on all of these specific infrastructure improvement projects, a solarization and lighting project, Soccer Valley, go on and on and on. One of the, Southside Teen Center, airport and terminal expansion. These are all significant projects that we have the capacity to pay for, but we are lacking the management talent in-house on a spot basis to get those projects accomplished. And it's really critical. So getting the engineers on staff would be preferable in every instance. It's still, to Director Salazar's point, would not be sufficient to meet the commitments that we're trying to achieve on a spot basis. Back to you, Councilor Lindell.
Thank you. So that's really my point. I don't want to hold these projects up, and I'm concerned with our internal process of how long it might take to do this amendment. So I know that we're going to vote on this amendment. I'm not going to be able to support it. And hopefully we can get a vote on the request immediately after the amendment vote.
Thank you, Councilor. I think Councilor Romero-Worth's hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I have some concerns about whether, if we make this change, will we lose the contractors that we have lined up here, because they are in demand. They do have probably a range of things they can choose from, and we are signaling potential non-commitment to them. So I wonder if there's a way to get a report back in a year without changing the contract terms. And that way we can kind of see how things are going. And I don't know who's the proper person.
Director Wheeler is prepared to address that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Councilor Romero-Worth. Actually, I have a practice of about approximately 3 times a year bringing a big capital project update to the governing body. You guys remember the graphs that are planned and actual. That also shares with the governing body who the project manager is for each project, and we could add to that report what we're using on the on-call project management, which contractors and how much.
Yes, Ramela.
Question.
Okay, Ramela also has her hand up. I think she would like to speak to this, and then we may be ready to vote.
Also in the contract, page 2 of the contract, it says reporting and documentation. So the project managers would, if the governing body would like to have them report to the governing body, they can do that because it's in the contract.
It's actually stipulated a monthly basis. If I read it correctly.
The monthly basis project status report is what the department director Regina Wheeler was talking about. That's all the project administrators who are administering capital projects. We have to report on a monthly basis how much we were spending on the project, if we are on time delivering the project, etc. So that's letter A, exhibit A.
Thank you. Is there other discussion of the amendment? If not, if there are no other points to be made, could the clerk please call the roll? On the amendment, not on the main motion.
Correct. Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
No.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
No.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
No.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
No.
Mayor Weber.
No.
The amendment has failed.
Okay, now we are back to the main motion, which is to approve this agreement. Is there further discussion on the main motion? If not, could the clerk please call the roll on the main motion?
This was for approval. Counselor Villarreal,
No.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Sorry about that. Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
No.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
I believe we're in violation of the collective bargaining agreement and I vote no.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Just for future references, I've been reminded by Counselor Garcia, if you want to explain your vote, cast the vote, indicate you want a chance to explain your vote, and we'll make time for that in the future. That concludes that item. Could the clerk please read the next item?
This is request for approval of budget amendment resolution with New Mexico Economic Development District, non-metro area agency on aging. It's item 20-0363, Munis contract 3201993, and it is in the amount of $111,126. The NSIP grant funds will be used to purchase raw food supplies for meal preparation for eligible senior citizens participating in our meal program during fiscal year 2021.
Okay, can we get, we'll use the same process. We'll get a motion and.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion from Counselor Romero Worth, the second from Counselor Rivera. Is there discussion about this item? Questions for Mr. Rinaldi? If there are no questions or comments, could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
good. Could you read the next item for us, please?
Yes, that is request for approval of budget amendment resolution. Again, North Central New Mexico Economic Development District, non-metro area agency on aging, FFRCA federal subaward. It's item 20-0402, contract 3201960, in the amount of $61,325.10. The FFRCA grant funds will be used to purchase operational supplies for meal preparation for eligible seniors participating in our meal program during fiscal year 2021.
Move to approve.
There's a mo-
Second.
there's a motion from Counselor Romero Worth and a second I heard first from Counselor Rivera. Are there questions again for Mr. Rinaldi or comments? If not, could the clerk please call the roll on this item?
Yes, Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you please read the next item for us?
Next item is request for approval of a lease agreement between the City of Santa Fe and the Interfaith Community Shelter Group, and it's also known as Pete's Place, located at 2801 Cerrillos Road for a 4-year term. We have Rich Brown and Andrea Salazar available for questions.
Thank you. Can we get a motion or something on the floor?
Mayor,
Yes, Counselor Rivera.
I'd like to make a motion that we remand this back through the committee process. And if I get a second, I'll explain why.
Second.
We have a second. We have a motion from Counselor Rivera that the item go back to committees to be designated, I suppose, after the vote would be taken if it were to go that way. And the second has come from Councilwoman Villarreal. With discussion, I'll return it to you, Counselor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've asked some questions of our land use department on the lease and really as it relates to inspections. And really it's the state, since it's a city-owned building, state CID and the state fire group has to be the ones that do the inspections. And it's my understanding that those have not been done. So I'm looking for those to be done within the timeframes of the next couple committee meetings as well as the next governing body. And the main reason for that is I would hate for something to happen there without an inspection of being done. Something that lets us know that, you know, the fire sprinkler system is working well, that the building itself is structurally sound. The second thing is we haven't had a appraisal on this building. I think I believe I read in the packet, it was 2010 is the last one. So I think we're probably due for an updated information on that as well. I think there are other counselors that may have issues that I think could be vetted through the committee process. So that's the reason for asking it to go back through. And I would be willing to have it come to Public Works and Public Utilities so that Councilwoman Vihel Coppler has an opportunity to vet her questions prior to the next governing body meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for providing that explanation. Are there others who want to speak to this motion? I see Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think my colleague addressed some of the concerns I had as well. And it's not clear still that CID is actually the entity for any kind of maintenance. That we have contracts with leases, and we actually do some of that maintenance and making sure buildings are up to code, et cetera. And it's unclear if that's our role also as city staff need to do that. So there's that issue. I feel like there's some aspects of the lease agreement as written. It's not efficiently or sufficiently addressing the health and safety of not just the shelter's clients, but also as well as the neighborhoods that are contiguous, as well as the businesses. And we still haven't addressed those issues for as long as I've been here on the council. And I think they really need to be, there needs to be a concerted effort that is working with the shelter as well as our public safety and other programs that we have as it relates to public health, and make sure that we're all on the same page and that we know what we need to be doing to be able to solve some of the problems we're seeing at the shelter, and entities and people that are also preying on some of the shelter folks that need the services. So I think it's not about that we don't want to support homelessness. We just need to do this right. So I have a few other questions that weren't answered by staff today. And so I really think that it was premature for it to go straight to council, and we really do need to hear it through our committees. And so I would suggest Finance and Public Works. And I don't know if we need to go through the quality of life because it does relate to that topic. So I guess we can assess that in terms of the time period.
Thank you. Councilor Romero Worth, your hand is next, and then Councilor Vihil Coppler, and then Councilor Casat Sanchez.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know who this question is for, perhaps Councilor Rivera or member of the staff. Why, if we're not selling the bill, I completely understand the safety inspection piece, but why does the building need an appraisal if we're not selling it?
So it's my understanding that like when we lease city sidewalk to some of the restaurants, that an updated appraisal has to be done so that you know what the lease amount would be. I believe it has to be a certain percentage. So that's my understanding. Maybe the city attorney can weigh in. If I'm wrong, then maybe it doesn't need an appraisal, but definitely the safety considerations.
Ms. McSherry, is there a question about the evaluation and this, that as an appraisal, as Councilor Rivera indicated, or Mr. Brown, is there a feeling that it's out of date and needs to be brought up to current appraised value?
Mayor Weber, it might be helpful to describe how we came up with the proposed compensation and the proposed lease. I think Andrea can probably do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms.
Mayor,
yes.
Mayor, councilors. So the basis for our amount of fair market value in the lease is a 2010 appraisal. We then utilized what we have in several of our leases of a 12.5% increase to that amount. The basis for not moving forward with another appraisal is that it falls under an exemption for anti-donation clause. So most of our fair market value appraisals for leases or for sales have to do with anti-donation clause. Because this is services for the care and healthcare of indigent persons, we felt it was comfortable to move forward with an increase, a percentage increase on the appraised value that was established. So that is the last appraisal that I had known of, and I believe that Ed Romero had known of. But I did hear that potentially there might have been another appraisal that was done more recently. But as of today, that is the appraisal that we had in the last lease. So that is what we're utilizing.
And I missed the number. You said there was a 12.5% escalator annual, or is that accurate?
Not annual. What we did was a 12.5% escalator from the last appraised amount. So the previous lease had the 2010 appraised amount and didn't have any type of escalation annually. So we did an escalation for this current amount, and that's for the 4-year term. That's the base amount.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Romero, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so as I said, I understand. I mean, I'm sort of surprised that we haven't done inspections because I would think those are required at a fairly regular intervals. Is that not true? I don't know who to direct that to.
Well, I don't know. I don't see Eli on the call.
Yeah.
But perhaps Rich Brown can speak to it.
I may not be able to speak to it accurately. I'm going to ask if Ms. Salazar can answer that question, because we didn't talk about the inspections part as we negotiated the contract, because we're using appraisal.
So under the lease agreement, they have, the shelter itself has the ability, or at least the city has the ability to go in and inspect if there is, a situation that arises where we think there is a concern. I do not know of any inspection, only because I've only been working on this lease within the time frame that I've been here. Miss Ochoa might know, but I do not know, so I apologize. I can't answer that.
Mayor, councilors, I do not know of an inspection that's been done in the timeframe that I've been here.
Well, I believe, and I think Councilor Rivera will confirm this, I think there's a little bit of a a glitch in that it's a city-owned building, and while I do believe we had a fire inspection done, we did it to
I
ourselves.
would
about a
thank
year.
you profusely.
Somebody's, excuse me, Sig, you're not muted. I think we had a fire inspection done, but the problem is that it was done not within a year. It was a little bit more than a year, and it was done by us to us, which is quite not the prescribed procedure. It needs to be done by the state. I see a fire chief on this call is going to set me straight. Chief Babcock, can you give us the facts on the matter?
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, so Councilor Rivera is accurate. If a city-owned building, the authority having jurisdiction would be the State Fire Marshal's office. The time that the city fire inspector goes in is for capacity, and if we are above capacity during certain times of Pete's Place. So that's the only time that we go in to make sure that they are within their capacity limitations, and that's when the city fire inspectors go out. But as an annual inspection, that should be done by the State Fire Marshal's office because it is a city building, sir.
Thank you for the clarification. And it has not, if I'm not mistaken, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want one point of clarification. The state has not within a year's time, to the best of our knowledge, conducted such an inspection, I believe.
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, I don't have the date to last inspection, but I will get that date and follow up with everybody on the council and as well as yourself, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. Back to you, Councilor Merworth. You still have the floor. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Thank you.
A blue charger from downstairs.
Councilor Rivera, you still have your mic open.
Sorry.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, it would be a good idea to know how often we have had that building inspected, and certainly that we have kept up with it, because we certainly want to make sure that it's a safe building and that the people who stay and work there are appropriately cared for. I guess my next question would be for the city attorney's office. So the lease expires today. Certainly we need to keep that facility operable. It houses an important population that we don't want to see turned out into the street. What does this mean if we send this back to committee in terms of the lease?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero-Worth, I think Andrea has more specifics, but the current lease has expired or will expire today, I believe.
And so what is that? And I'm sorry, Ms. Salazar, if I should have directed that question to you, Mayor, Ms. Salazar, apologies.
Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, so today is the end date for the lease, but there is a holdover period, so it goes to a month-to-month lease as of tomorrow. I did want to mention that Daniel Hollum, I believe, is an attendee. He hasn't been made a panelist, but he might have some information about inspections if we do not have any information.
Okay, so, and how long can the lease, Mayor and Ms. Salazar, how long can the lease go on month to month?
Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, currently it just says it goes month to month until we terminate it or until a new lease is entered. So I think we have a 30-day provision. It doesn't have an end date for when month to month would end.
Okay. And I guess I would make a pitch that, Mayor, that if this is sent through the committee process, I do think the Quality of Life Committee should see this. This is absolutely in our purview. And I think there are a range of concerns. Some of them may not be able to be fixed in the short term and may need much more long-term attention and strategies. So I would hope that if this does go back to committee, that the Quality of Life Committee would look at it, and that also we would work quickly to get this lease renewed and the issues, the short-term issues resolved, because it is an important organization and it is an important facility to our spectrum of services, our continuum of services in the city. And I guess that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, there's no question in my mind, but given the conversations you've been having in the Quality of Life Committee about the overlap of the many different elements that go into health and safety and well-being of needy populations, but also neighborhoods and all of our parts of our community, that is in your wheelhouse. Councilor Vihel-Coppler, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious about the anti-donation clause because if you're not charging fair market value in terms of rent, then wouldn't that be essentially a donation if you can't substantiate? I'm not suggesting that we do this, but if you can't substantiate that you're not giving something away. So I know that the 12.5% was of the appraised value 10 years ago. So if you look at it in the real life of real estate world, that's roughly 1.25% growth per year, which is unsubstantiated in the real estate world. You know, if you did that with the market as it is today, if you did that appraisal even this year, it would be terribly expensive. And so that's my thought about the anti-donation, because if you're charging much less for something that the city, you know, as we represent the our fiscal responsibilities to the taxpayers, we're not charging enough. But I just wanted to point that out.
So Mayor Weber, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, clarification. So when Ms. Salazar explained that there's an exception to the anti-donation clause, this is one of the things that falls into that exception because it's related to the care and maintenance of indigent persons.
Okay.
So that's one of the biggest exemptions to the anti-donation clause, which I think is why we felt okay with a less precise estimation of market value. The governing body could go lower, and that's a policy choice that you can make, but there's not a legal bar on that decision.
Okay, and again, I'm not suggesting, I mean, this is one of our most underserved populations, and you know, it's, I don't know, I think it's the right thing to do. The other question I have is Daniel Halem's communication said that, well, first of all, their lease expires tonight at midnight. So what happens? Do we go on a month to month? Is that what happens?
Is that something that Andrea, you would answer?
Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, yes. They do have a holdover to go month to month.
Okay, thank you. And then, but I do want to mention that this negotiations for this lease renewal was, according to the communication that we got from Daniel Halem, was submitted by them in June. And we're here now, like on the day before the lease expires, without a committee process, which now apparently, if this passes, we're going to vote. Why? It seems to me we find ourselves in this position where the city council is bringing things up because we haven't vetted it and because things are given to us at the last minute. So thankfully, with Councilor Rivera's motion, we may get a chance to take a better look at this. But I just don't understand why it takes, with this lease that's been going on, and we didn't even wait for an appraisal. We didn't do one 10 years ago, fine. Why the delay on something that's expiring tonight?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Vihil Coppler, if I may, we have a capacity issue here at the city. We lost our asset development manager who normally works on this process. Additionally, we have a collection of parcels that we're trying to develop for sale. And so those priorities and the budget came in the middle where we did not know we're going to get an asset development manager role. And then the budget was approved. And once the budget was approved, it's now in request for application. So we will have an asset development manager. So that time period between the uncertainty of our budget and the loss of the role and all the other parcels that we have been working on sort of compiled the delay in this negotiated contract. So that's where we are with the issue of why it took a while to get this contract and lease to the government.
Well, I understand that, but what it amounts to is that the most underserved population's priority is last. And so here we are, you know, but I'm not saying, I'm kind of saying, hey, you know, I think we need to do a better job. I understand that people are walking out the door in droves.
Okay, it's not on there anymore.
But we do
All right,
need
Joe.
to do
Just point of order. I would just ask that everyone not use the chat function for communication. I'm worried about Open Meetings Act compliance. So please don't send messages to all panelists.
Okay, and Councilor Vihil Coppler, you still have the floor, and there were a few sound interruptions. So if you don't have the floor, please do mute so that we don't get extra side conversation. Meanwhile, Councilor Vihil Coppler, you have the floor.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, this is an important thing to a lot of people who don't have a voice in Santa Fe, and people who depend on us who maybe are coming through Santa Fe. They're very underserved. I did hear a rumor that the police department won't even respond to calls there anymore. I know that's not a subject yet. We can ask that in committee. I know when I did a ride along, we responded there in the police car. And but you know, this is an important subject for all of Santa Fe. And to see this be like relegated to the bottom of the pile, not go through committee because we didn't have time apparently, or didn't prioritize it. And now we're here on, you know, it expires in 4 hours. I think, no, 6 hours, and sorry. And you know, we shouldn't be here like this. And so, and then we have a 10-year-old data benchmark, but I can live with that. And so I support this going through committee so that we can talk about all the other things that we need to talk about, including a plan. What direction is the city going to take on this? And we have a lot of people supporting the renewal of the lease. We may not do that tonight, but I want them to know that nobody's going to be kicked out of the shelter tonight, and that it will go month to month. And that we will be discussing, I hope, a better plan for the future. And so thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Salazar and Mr. Brown.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor, if I may add some clarity to Councilor Vihil Coppler's statement. I wanted to let you know that we did know that there was a month-to-month extension of the lease. The council at the Interfaith Shelter asked us to put this on to the agenda. We did advise them that they could go through the process, but they did specifically ask us to put this on the agenda, which is why it's here tonight. So we recognize that we needed to bring this into priority, but there was some additional factors in the discussions as the agreement was being made that we knew that they had month to month, but they did request that we actually put it on the agenda tonight, and we have complied with that.
Well, that may raise more questions than, obviously it has. So
Thank you.
I don't think there's anybody here that would support not helping out Pete's Place.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Romero Worth, your hand is up. Can I, before I give you the floor, I've gotten a prompt as a suggestion. There is a question about all the chat that's been, or some of the chat that's been in the box. And there are a couple of comments that we should share with the public. One is from Director Ochoa, who says the building was inspected last year As part of the renovation, there was a renovation of Pete's Place, a significant improvement of the kitchen, among other things. And that was volunteered to us by the executive director. And Councilor Rivera is asking, is the inspection in the packet itself? And if so, where would it be found? So just so there's no question about what the reference to chat was about. Councilor Merworth, you have the floor.
I just want to make sure I heard that right. So the board at Pete's Place or at the Interfaith Shelter asked that this go directly to the governing body and not through the committee process.
I see heads nodding. I don't know. Ms. Salazar.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor, I was on mute. Mr. Mayor, Councilor, that is correct. We did advise them that we could send this through committee process, but they did make a request of Ms. Salazar and I to put this on the agenda. They wanted to get it processed as soon as possible. They wanted the governing body to review it at the next available meeting, and this was the next available meeting after the agreement was put together.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I want to, I think this is a really important topic for discussion for all of us. I think it's important to put it in the context of all the work we have been doing to address issues of homelessness, as well as issues of mental and behavioral health in our city. I think Director Ochoa is here with us, and she, and as well as Director Wheeler, who was doing so much amazing work at the Midtown Shelter, can testify to or speak to the issue of all the work that we've been doing to try to get our arms around what is a national crisis in every city in America. In the last 2 years, we've joined the Built for Zero national movement. That was a major step toward creating a strategy to end chronic homelessness in Santa Fe. And that's something we're all committed to. I think there was a visit by the director, the creator of that program, Roseanne Haggerty, who came to Santa Fe, met with many of the members of the governing body at the time, went to Pete's Place, went to St. E's, and really has been an inspiration for many of us in terms of defining a way forward to address chronic and veteran homelessness in Santa Fe. It's led to, with the onset of COVID-19 and the threat that it poses, it's led to a series of very significant steps in the right direction. Standing up the Midtown campus, reducing the population density, the census of people who have been staying at Pete's Place. When we saw COVID arrive, there were 90 people at Pete's Place. The last census I heard, it was closer to 30 people. There are people staying in a nearby motel, 4 of whom have gone from Pete's Place to a motel to housing as they make their way toward a more stable life. St. E's as well has been able to find new ways to address its population. We are in effect building a chain of care, a process, a system to address this chronic and very, very complicated issue. We've been doing more outreach. Director Ochoa has been working through the Connect Fund to do more navigation of people so they don't even get into homelessness, preventing it to the best of our ability. And recognizing that if we can be the finance arm of the purchase of a motel that we've been looking at now for quite a while, we could have 137, 130 new rooms available for both affordable housing and housing for people who are in transition. At the same time, I think the task force that we'll be speaking about later tonight that would be co-chaired by Councilwoman Villarreal and Councilor Rivera speaks to the intersection of public health and public safety. And this is a national discussion. I was on a call this morning with mayors from around the country who are attempting to address the question of the most underserved people in our country, I believe, and that is people who are suffering mental issue, mental disabilities and behavioral health disabilities. They are disabled, they're entitled to services, they're entitled to legal protection. So I think the issue is a very, very significant one. I think giving it a chance to be discussed at the committee level and have our council members ask questions about how we intend to produce a systemic approach and address the concerns of the neighbors and the businesses along the stretch where Pete's is currently located is really appropriate. And will, I think, add to the discussion citywide about the approach that we're building in a way to create a system of care for people who need help and a response to the people who live in the neighborhoods where we are locating these facilities. It's, I think, a really timely discussion as we review the role of police and the desire on the part of almost all of us, I believe, to pivot from seeing it as a public law enforcement issue to a public health emergency, where we need to provide better counseling and outreach to people who are currently suffering from these disabilities. So I really think that the conversation stands to be productive rather than a delay or an imposition. I think there's enormous support for the role that Pete's Place plays in this continuum of care and the expertise of the people who work there and the extraordinary commitment of the volunteers who make it happen day in and day out. Are there other comments about the motion that's in front of the governing body at this time? Seeing no more hands, could the clerk please call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
This was the motion to send it back to committee?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Worth,
Yes.
Councillor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councillor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councillor Beta,
Yes.
Councillor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. So we
Mayor?
will, yes, Councillor.
I'd like to offer that we can put this on the quality of life agenda for next week's meeting, which is October 7th, I believe. So I don't think that needs a vote. I just would give, actually it's October, nope, sorry, wrong month. Where am I? October, yeah. So our quality of life agenda, which is due this week for October 7th, I will place it on that agenda.
I think everyone intends to move this along. Let's see. Next, is there any other follow-up to that vote or steps to be taken at this time? Okay, if not, I think, could the clerk please advise us of the next item on the agenda?
Yes, this is a resolution extending the state of emergency proclaimed by the mayor on September 28th, 2020, COVID-19 Emergency Proclamation 5 by 60 days pursuant to Section 20-1.2 SFCC 1987.
And I believe there is an amendment to this resolution. Jesse, is there an amendment in our packet? Please give us some advice on this.
Thank you, Mayor. The amendment is not in your packet, but it was sent to you prior to the meeting. It simply adds the proclamation that you signed on the 28th as Exhibit E.
Okay, so it adds an exhibit to the packet.
That proclamation is in your packet, but the amendment is not.
Okay. So with the process we've been trying to observe, can we get a motion to get this in front of the governing body?
Move to approve.
There's a motion from Councillor Cassett
Second.
Sanchez, and there's a second from Councillor Lindell. Is there discussion of this item?
Mayor, I would just add to have it as amended, to include that amendment.
Motion to approve as amended, if that's
Yes, move
amenable.
to approve as amended.
Correct.
Counselor Garcia, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just got a couple questions for clarification.
You bet.
In regards to the authority given through this proclamation to the city manager for signing contracts up to $200,000, were the contracts solely to be COVID-19 related contracts, or is it any contract that comes before the city?
The city attorney has her hand up to answer that question, Counselor.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, the orders under this proclamation aren't what gives the manager that authority. There's a new ordinance that we passed that does that, and it's actually under the State Health Emergency Declaration.
Okay.
But I guess to fully answer, it is for all contracts. It's not just those related to the emergency.
Right. Okay. So thank you for that clarification. I really appreciate that. Separate ordinance, but thank you for the clarification on that. The only other question I had was, I know that, things around the pandemic have not necessarily changed as quickly as when this was originally enacted back in March. Unfortunately, we've kind of have our new norm right now. And I think we are going to be in this new norm for, the experts are saying, for at least a year. Some are predicting up to 5 years, where life has changed for us. And so my question is, are we going to continue to produce these 60-day mayoral orders? And what is the intent behind them? Because there are, things such as the governor's orders that can regulate things such as gatherings of people. So I guess the question is, what are we trying to accomplish with these 60-day orders that we just keep doing every 60 days?
Thank you, Counselor. That's a very good question. I don't know if the city attorney has a legal opinion about what we're accomplishing with them. I think there are a number of policy things that we're signaling to the public. First, I wish we were making more progress on COVID-19. The current data say that we're at a spread rate which is comparable to where we were in April. So the notion that we've arrived at a new stable level is, I only wish that were the case. I think at the moment, from the data that we've all been given to us by the state and Dr. Scrace, we're not making the kind of progress we would like to see. I think there are some specifics in the order that are useful to have, such as water shut-off moratorium. That is our authority to do. Ability for a city manager to reassign employees if there is an emergency and not have that come back to the governing body on a case-by-case basis. The grocery store health order, which is part of the order that I signed, and I had a meeting this week with 4 general managers of the supermarkets in Santa Fe to check their progress against that in terms of the items stipulated in the emergency declaration. There are a number of things that our order does on a larger basis, or on a larger sort of meta level. I'm very happy that the city of Santa Fe is in direct alignment with the governor, and we are perceived, and I want us to be perceived, as sending the same message as the governor when she issues her order, which is, this is a health emergency. We are still dealing with a fundamental, profound global pandemic that threatens the lives of the people in our community. And as elected officials at the local level, we want the severity and the significance of this health emergency to be a matter of public record. Now, as we go forward, I hope we'll reach the point in the near term where we can translate some of these items into perhaps an ordinance and not have an emergency order. But the facts are on the ground that we are still in the middle of a global health emergency, and the life, the safety, the well-being of our community is at risk. And I believe we all are committed to doing everything we can do to send that message, and then to implement some very specific items like the water shutoff moratorium, so that we are telling our residents that we care deeply about their health, safety, and well-being.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the clarification and context. I think, because as I mentioned, we've kind of have adapted to a new norm. I'd like to work with you potentially if there's a need be for another addition, because I mean, we've got additional needs now, like supporting our students. As we're reading the news lately, I mean, it's looking like our kiddos are going to be home for a while. And I think we as a city need to determine how we can partner up with the Santa Fe public school system and support any other kid that's trying to make it through this pandemic, because I think as we're going through this, priorities are changing. And I want to ensure that we're adapting and changing as well to that. So I appreciate the clarification, Mayor, on why we're doing this every 60 days.
If I could reach out across the screen and shake your hand, a virtual handshake, Councilor. You gave me a virtual high five yesterday, so I'll return it to you today. I think your point is really well taken. The overarching context hasn't changed. Some of the conditions on the ground need to be addressed as we see the evolution of needs. So I will absolutely take you up on that offer. Thank you. Other comments or questions at this time? If not, could the clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
Councillor O'Meara Worth,
Yes.
Councillor Viola Koppler,
Yes.
Councillor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councillor Beta,
Yes.
Councillor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you read us into the next item, please?
The next item is the City of Santa Fe Municipal Court update. This is an information only item. I don't know if the judge is on or in the waiting room.
Good question.
Is she there,
Might be.
Joe?
I promoted her, yes.
Thank you.
She is there.
Your Honor. Joe, is she with us?
Yeah, GOV Hill, there she is. Yep, she's here.
Okay, and unmuted?
Yes, she is unmuted. I think her camera is disabled.
Okay. Judge, do you have there you
There
are.
she is.
Your camera is fully functioning, Your Honor.
Very good. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Judge Virginia Hill with Santa Fe Municipal Court. We are required to report to the City Council twice a year. This is our second report to you, and it's basically an update. And as you can tell by what we've submitted, most of the work that Municipal Court has been doing now is in response to how the Supreme Court has wrapped around with an emergency response team and how to deal with COVID and all of the requirements issued by the governor. The most current plan that we've had to put into place allows us to begin conducting trials. All of those trials are done by Zoom. Prior to that, we were not allowed to do any trials. So the court is really up to par right now, actually operating with the same amount of workload, for lack of a better word, caseload prior to the pandemic. We now have the same amount of caseload that existed before then, perhaps even a little bit more. So we're quite busy today. And it's sort of been escalating to this point for the last couple of weeks. So we have quite a few trials that are being conducted. The Supreme Court had required us to do 3 plans. The most recent one that's presented to you has to do with the Zoom court trial opening. Prior to that, it was really creating Zoom restrictions. They have an emergency response team that has to approve each one of our plans. Each one of our plans have been approved. And I'm happy to say we're one of the first courts that submitted and got some plan approvals by the emergency response team. They actually have been out to the court and done an on-site visit to make sure all of the social distancing requirements, again, imposed by the governor, are implemented into our court. So I'm very proud to say that I think based on the fact that I have a wonderful staff attorney, court administrator, we have been able to transition to the point that we are, and we're back to, I would not say a normal state, because a normal state would be face-to-face, but everything is being conducted telephonically or by Zoom. I really stand for questions. You may be able to tell that the numbers have been done and what we've been able to collect. That has everything to do with the pandemic.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's nice to almost be in the same room with you.
Almost.
Are there questions or comments or follow-ups for the judge from her report? If no one else has one, I would like, Your Honor, I know our police department has done some significant citation issuing of late with Operation Slow and Quiet. And I wonder what you're seeing in your courtroom and whether you believe we're on the right track with some of those enforcement efforts, given what you're seeing in the courtroom, or not literally in the courtroom, but in the virtual courtroom.
Right. Yes. And that's what I was alluding to when I said we're seeing an increase and it's escalating in terms of the numbers that are coming before the court. We are seeing the results of that. And those get processed as we get them. I did have, maybe per interest to the city council, 2 face mask cases that came before us. Both of those cases pled guilty. And so the ordinance was complied with. Each one of those defendants were given a warning. And prior to that, the only other thing that we're getting an increase now is what the mayor alludes to, and that is more traffic cases.
Thank you. Anybody else have a question for the judge? I see
do.
a hand up from Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Judge Vigil, for joining us. I was just curious, how do you facilitate community service during this time, during COVID times?
Yes, well, thanks for asking that question, because that has been a challenge for defendants, because of course, if you know, we have indigent defendants and defendants who cannot pay the court costs, and they are out there. Community service is an alternative. There have been a couple of places that have been able to comply with the social distancing requirements and allow for community service. And those places have accepted the defendants that do provide community service to offset their court fees. And I'm happy to name the #1 place if that's what you're asking about. Yes?
Yes, please, sorry.
It's the Food Depot has welcomed community service. And and in actuality, when I have discussions with the defendants, we give them a list that's pre-approved by city council as to where community service can be conducted. And the Food Depot is definitely one of them. And Kitchen Angels as well is another place where community service has been welcomed. They're still able to do community service through the city, parks and recreation, any other places. It really is the choice of the defendant as to where they select to do their community service. And I think because the Food Depot and Kitchen Angels have been so well organized in how they deal with this, it's been a lot easier to get that community service done through that service.
Good to know. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions or comments? There are no more comments, but thank you, Judge, for the update and
Very
for
well.
coming to join us tonight. You're always welcome. You know that.
Thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.
All right. Thank you. Stay well.
Bye, everyone.
Madam Clerk, could you take us to the next item on the agenda?
Yes, sir. This is request for approval of additional governing body meetings, if needed, to address CARES Act related items or any other timely items. And the additional meetings are Wednesday, November 18th, Wednesday, December 2nd, Wednesday, December 16th. And we have City Manager LePan Hill available.
Move to approve.
There's a motion from Councilor Garcia to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. Are there questions or discussion addressed to the Councilor Villarreal? You anticipated my question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. 2 of those meetings, November 18th and I want to say it's December 16th, are CDC, our Community Development Commission meetings. They start at 3:30, so we do not finish typically by 4. So I just want to be cognizant of that. And if these start at 4, actually, that was my question. Why would we start at 4? Wouldn't we start at 6, or what's the difference between the two? Because I know those are regular times we do, like our afternoon session and evening, but I'm wondering if, since these are special sessions, do they have to follow that time? And if we could look at 5.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, the intention was to start at 4 because that was the governing body time per the new resolution. 6 p.m. would be, of course, the public session. But we are amenable to time changes unless somebody tells me otherwise. And if 5 is a better compromise for everyone, I think that is fine. That was the reasoning behind it, just sort of between the 2 pieces.
I would like to, maybe one of the meetings, December 2nd. Well, don't we have a quality of life meeting, don't we?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, that is correct. December 2nd is a quality of life meeting. So again, this was the intention of these, was to put them on the calendar so that if we need them, we have them. If we don't need to use them. So the intention would be, it's on there. We could cover CARES Act items first and then proceed with the regular quality of life agenda.
So with the exception of December 2nd, if we did start at 4 and we could do it before quality of life, that makes sense. But November 18th, I would like to put a placeholder for potentially 5, starting at 5. And we can see if there may be a possibility we don't have the CDC meetings because we were able to get through our agenda from previous months. So I guess I just want to put that as a placeholder for November 18th and December 16th.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villarreal, so what I'm hearing is a request that the November 18th meeting start at 5, the December 2nd meeting start at 4, and the December 16th meeting start at 5.
Yes.
And I would look to an attorney or a clerk to see if, I think that is within our administrative.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, City Manager LePan Hill, I just looked at the resolution, I pulled it up. So I think what might be good also is to call these special meetings to distinguish them from the ones that we captured in that resolution, just to make them a separate bucket. Since our resolution it basically said changing the times and it was a blanket statement. So we could look at these as a separate category if we call them special meetings, which is fine. They're just.
I assumed there were special meetings, but yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
I think we were debating it when we wrote this proposal. I hadn't heard about the time kind of, options, but I think that would make it safer. So we'd amend the time and we'd say additional special governing body meetings.
Does that require an amendment to the title or anything like that?
Mayor Weber, I just make the motion specific to special meetings. I don't know if we have a motion on the floor already or not.
We do.
Okay.
We can amend it or we can withdraw it and start over again. What's the pleasure of the governing body at
Well,
this?
Mayor,
Yes.
can I comment about the Quality of Life Committee?
Yes, ma'am.
So when I realized the conflict here and I spoke with the city manager about it, we don't really know the nature of the agenda that we'll have, or if we'll even have the meeting. So I don't know what kind of flexibility might be there. Like if the December 2nd meeting of the special governing body meeting is a really heavy agenda, I'm amenable to canceling the Quality of Life Committee meeting if there is nothing really pressing on that agenda. But if we need to hold them both, we had talked about the possibility of doing that, but we won't really know until we get closer. So I don't know when we have to announce times.
Well,
On that point, Mayor,
yes, Councilor Garcia.
Couldn't we just move the December 2nd meeting to Tuesday, December 1st? I don't see any major committee meetings on that Tuesday. That way we don't have the potential conflict of a heavy special council meeting agenda that will run into a quality of life meeting.
I defer to the will of the governing body as well as the thinking of the city manager about why these dates were chosen and the times for starting them. I assume the times for starting them were based on the resolution that we passed for council meetings going forward. I get that part. Is there 18, 2, and 16? Is there some?
Mayor Weber, City Manager LePan Hill. I think so. We wanted one the week of the 1st of December, the first week of December, just in case we are extending the next emergency proclamation, that would be the week it would happen. It could happen any of those days, though.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, the intention was just to keep it simple and keep it on a Wednesday. So if the preference of the governing body is to move it to a different day, we were just trying to make them consistent and as often as possible. So amenable to any suggestion.
Seems like with regard, Mayor, to the quality of life conflict, it might be better to have it on a different day.
Okay, we can amend first of all, we can withdraw the motion to approve what was proposed in this packet, and then we can amend it to both time and date if that's the desire of the governing body. Before we go down that trail, though, I think Councilor Vihel-Coppler's hand is up. And Councilor Villarreal, you still had the floor if you wanted to pursue it further.
I was just wondering if there's a BTAC meeting. That was another conflict I thought, but I'm not sure. I'm not on BTAC.
No, and I'll respond. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
The BTAC meetings are on Thursdays.
Okay, so we've got some hands up. We've got Councilor Vihel-Coppler followed by Councilor Casat Sanchez.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we still have I think it was October 22nd. Is that still going on?
I'm seeing
Mayor,
heads are not.
Councilor Vihel-Coppler, yes, you are correct. On October 22nd, we are holding another special meeting of the governing body, this one focused on land use issues. That will begin at 6 p.m. as that is a public hearing.
Okay, and then, well, I'm curious about the list that we have here. Why do we have 6 p.m.? What's that about? It says 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. What's that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler.
The meeting up in two parts, or?
But I'm not sure what document are you referring to?
I'm looking at PrimeGov at the attachment here that with the schedule of meetings, and then you have your additional governing body meetings in the header. It says time 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. What's the 6 p.m. for?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, I don't know, Madam Clerk, I don't know if you know if there's a reason why that's there.
Well, my question is, are we dividing this meeting, whatever dates we have, are we dividing them into two parts, like afternoon and evening?
No, the intention was, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, no, the intention was to have one meeting. The conversation is around time is happening now. I think we had proposed 4 because it wasn't a public hearing, so it could begin during regular governing body hour business, much like an afternoon session. And it would be
So
4
the
o'clock.
6 PM has no consequence.
I know, and I'm trying to pull up what you see. I'm not aware of any.
I'm sure it's what the public sees too in Prime Gov on this attachment.
Mayor,
Mayor, if I could, this is Yolanda.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, I am looking at what Councilor Villal-Coppler is looking at. My staff prepared this. I didn't look at it prior to it going into the packet. It will not be a 4 PM and 6 PM. It'll just be one session, and we'll determine the time as has been previously discussed.
Okay, and then I just want to get confirmation. If we don't need these meetings, we won't have them. Am I right? And are we going to get a message of some sort prior, like, when will you know?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Villal-Coppler, thank you for the question. Yes, I will defer to the attorney, but as we have to meet the standard public notification, so it would be in that timeframe that we would announce if we are not having it, or then the materials for the meeting would be public.
Since it's a special meeting, would that be 72 hours or what would that be?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Villal-Coppler, special meetings and regular meetings, the agenda has to be posted 72 hours in advance. That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
thank you. Councilor Cassett Sanchez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to check about, so the change of date from potentially December 2nd to December 1st. Is December 3rd a possibility, that Thursday, or do we have a BTAC?
we have,
conflict?
Mayor, Counselor, we have Buckman Direct Diversion, which 2 of us serve on.
Okay, if we were to do a Tuesday, I would hope for that 5 o'clock start time, as the 4 o'clock is challenging on my schedule.
Well, I think
I can make it work.
there's an effort to try to accommodate different conflicts and schedules. I don't think any of this was intended to be, ironclad. So what's the desire of the governing body? Do you wish to amend this so that we change both starting time and one of the starting dates? I'm open to a proposal from whoever wants to take the floor. Councilor Garcia, you raised your
Mr.
hand.
Mayor, I think I need to withdraw my motion.
We have to clear the underbrush if we're going to start over. Yes, sir.
And then I'll need the second to, if they'd be so obliged to take that, and then I can restate a motion.
Okay. We need the second withdrawn. If our clerk, did you catch who seconded the original motion?
It was Councilor Lindell.
Okay, Councilor Lindell is nodding affirmatively. She withdraws her second. So now we're back at clean ground.
Mayor, if I could, prior to Councilor Garcia making his motion,
Yes.
I would recommend that you approve the dates, and then I can certainly work with all the councilors prior to the meetings to determine the time that works best for everyone.
Okay. And if we call it, I gathered from what the city attorney said, if we note it as a special meeting, we're not
Correct.
bound by the starting time that we had adopted as a resolution.
That's correct, sir.
So Councilor Garcia, with that guidance, can you craft us with a motion?
Sure. I make a motion that we adopt the proposal making these special city council meetings.
And do you have dates that, did you want to change the December?
Sure, we could, so moving forward with the dates of November 18th, December 1st, and December 16th.
Okay, with starting times to be determined subsequently.
Yes, starting times TBD.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Councilor Lindell? We have another second. We have 2 seconds. All right, so there's a motion, there's a second. Is there any further debate, or should the clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merrill-Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Villal-Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
thank you.
As amended.
As amended, correct. Are there any matters from the city manager at this time?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Counselor.
can I try to make a motion that we take a 5-minute break, jump into executive session, and then continue with the afternoon session following evening matter item C? And the reason for that is petitions from the floor start at 7 o'clock. We're there. If we go into executive session,
Yes.
we're be a while. So not to have to wait, make the public wait.
So could you repeat that as a motion?
I thought it was a motion to suspend the afternoon session, take a 5-minute break, go into the evening session following that, and then return to return to item 12 after the evening session.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to amend the agenda as proposed. And there's a second. Counselor Cassett Sanchez, your hand is up.
Clarification, are we taking a 5-minute break, then going into executive session now, then going to the evening session, or skipping executive session and doing that?
Yeah, sorry. 5-minute break, then we go into the evening session, and executive session is at the end.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, yes.
I just wanted to correct Counselor Rivera, the the evening session starts at 6 now, not 7.
That's right. We're a good hour out of kilter. You're right.
All right, so we don't make them wait even longer.
Good point. Is there other corrections discussion? If not, we have a motion to amend the agenda. Could the clerk call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Viola Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
So we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be back here shortly after 7. We will then move to the evening session and then circle back to the remainder of the afternoon. Okay? We're adjourned for 5 minutes. Counselor Lindell.
Yes, sir. Yes, boss.
No, no, no. You're live. You're streaming live on YouTube. Congratulations. You got back first. Counselor Rivera comes in second.
Do we get a prize?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes, you do. Oh, we're all right. Here we go.
And they
It's
show
ice
up.
cream. The prize is ice cream, Sig.
Oh, no, no, none for me.
All right. We're coming back. We're coming back. We're still streaming live on YouTube, and the council, the members of the governing body are returning. And we need our city clerk and our city manager. You're here. Congratulations. We're getting ourselves together, and I think we'll move immediately as soon as everybody reassembles to the evening session. And Joe, you have the control for the people who wish to speak from the
Yes, sir.
petitions from the floor. We're not quite back, but we're almost all back. Let's see. Let's see if we can see everybody on the screen. City manager, are you back with us? Not, yep, there you are. City attorney, are you back with us? Not quite yet. We're almost all assembled.
She's there.
She is there.
Yeah.
Okay, there you are. And Councilor Vihil Coppler, are you back with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, super. I didn't want to start without you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, we are back in session. And I believe the first item of business, well, city clerk, I believe the first item of business is petitions from the floor. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And we have people in the waiting room who wish to speak. They've been waiting for a long time. Let's give everybody 2 minutes to speak to the governing body who is in the waiting room.
Okay, for those who wish to speak for petitions from the floor, can you please raise your hand and we'll call on you. And first up will be Lisa Schwab. Lisa, you are unmuted and can speak.
Marin, if I could just also clarify, this would be for any items not on the evening session agenda.
Thank you for the correction,
Please.
city clerk. If you wish to
Yes.
speak to something that is a public hearing, which will come up next, please wait for that. But if you have something non-related to the public hearings, this is your time to speak to the governing body for 2 minutes.
Also, Mayor, I'd like to also mention, Lisa, will you be speaking to other items?
No, can you hear me?
Okay,
Yes, we hear
yes,
you.
Thank you.
yes,
I don't think I'll be speaking to any other items. You're
okay.
one item.
So you'll be able then to watch the remaining of the remainder of the meeting on our city YouTube channel, ma'am.
Okay,
All right.
so can I start now?
You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Dear Mayor and Councilors, my name is Lisa Schub. I live at 210 Kayapataka. I am here to ask for the opening date of the GCC skating rink. According to the Santa Fe New Mexican, it took 14 days to reopen golf courses after the governor's orders allowed them to open. It took about the same time after the governor's orders allowed pools to reopen for the city and to open the GCC pool. It's been about 14 days since the governor's orders allowed ice rinks to reopen, and the GCC ice rink is not open. You may feel like this delay is a so-called victimless crime, but the GCC has an 8-page plan. Why can't they start putting down ice? It takes at least 2 weeks to get the ice going. Well, the rink in Albuquerque is open and I drove there Monday and on last Saturday and Friday and last Wednesday, and I feel terrible about driving and creating more global warming, but there's no rink in Santa Fe. I feel terrible about paying the Albuquerque ice rink money and fees when the Santa Fe rink is so desperate for money, but there's no rink in Santa Fe. Now I read that the city is focused on reopening Salvador Perez Pool. I have nothing against swimmers and golfers. My kids swim, but everyone should be treated the same. Could you imagine pools, golf courses open in Albuquerque, but not allowed in Santa Fe? Not given a date of opening? Please give us an opening date. Think about the well-being of our youth, our kids, and our adult skaters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joe, who's up next?
Next up is Stephanie Beninato. Where's Stephanie? And Stephanie, are you going to be speaking to other items?
Yes, I think I will, Joe.
Okay, great. Well, you are you can go ahead and say what you got to say.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you all got my little comments on some of the discussion items, and for those of you who read them, thank you, and I apologize for them being late. I'm here today to talk about two things. One is, well, recreation. I do think that we need some heat at the Chavez Pool. It's very cool when it's 40 some odd degrees overnight, and you come into a very cavernous room and you're leaving wet with your bathing suit dripping. And I know the staff is working on getting some changing areas set up, which I applaud them for thinking ahead, like hopefully by next week, they'll have those set up. And I also want to point out that as far as I understand, Salvador Perez is not going to open next week, that there's still a couple of months of work that really needs to be done there. I find the whole delay at Salvador Perez to be very disappointing. In fact, really more than that, it just feels like negligence going on there, that 2 years, after 2 years, finally this facility will open. The other thing is your complaint system. Now, everything's supposed to go to the complaint system, but even the community policing, forget about community policing, just file the report. We're too busy. We have our own paperwork to do. Well, it's nice to file a report, but if you have an injunction and there's no community policing and the other person's violating it, then they just feel like they get to keep violating. And it takes a very long time to have action from that complaint system. So if somebody's building something 5 weeks later, a lot of building has gone on. I also resent the fact that I'm not supposed to be talking to boards and letting them know my concerns. At least that was the impression I got at the historic board. Like, Ms. Roach was too busy, waste of her time. Don't bother to email her. Why are we bringing things in front of the board when we should be putting them into the system? I do it like I'm doing it with you because I think you all need to know what's actually going on in this city rather than being on your little perches and maybe hearing some things, but not everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others in the waiting room who are wishing to use this time for petitions from the floor? If so, raise your hand. If you're here for one of the public hearings, we'll call on you when that time comes. I don't see any other hands, so City Clerk, what's the next item?
Next item, Mayor, will be the appointments. And this evening we have the Occupancy Tax Advisory Board. We have, would you like me to read the membership?
Please do.
Thank you. We will have Carlos Medina serving in the at-large position, Thomas McCann with the lodging industry, and Raymond G. Sandoval with tourist-related industry.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
From Councilor
Second.
and a second from Councilor Rivera. Is there discussion? Could the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. That motion has been approved.
thank you. And the next item?
Yes, it'll be the Community Health and Safety Task Force. We have Counselor Rene Villarreal is co-chair, Counselor Chris Rivera, co-chair, Rashawn Ahmad Morris, he's in District 1, Emily Kaltenbach, District 2, Bruce Finger, District 3, Monica Alt, District 4, Marcela Diaz, she's in the at-large position, but is in District 4, Naja Druva, at-large position, District 2, Marianne Maestas, she's at-large and she resides in District 3, Mary Louise Romero Betancourt, at-large and she resides in District 2, and the last one is Judge Michael Levy Hill, at-large, and he resides in District 1.
Can we get a motion and a second on this?
Move to approve.
Second.
Counselor Villarreal made the motion to approve. The second came, I believe, from Counselor Garcia. Is there discussion? Counselor
Mr.
Garcia, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to congratulate the selecting committee for picking a great fabric and makeup of our city. I think it's very diverse, and I'm looking forward to the work that's going to be accomplished under the guidance of Councilor Villarreal and Councilor Rivera. And I know that what comes out of this committee and task force will change the way Santa Fe operates. So I look forward to it, and thank you all for the effort and time you put into it thus far. And I look forward to the community engagement.
Thank you, Counselor. Other comments at this time? I think if either of the co-chairs have a comment, this would be a very appropriate time to discuss your thoughts. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand was up.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank all the folks that applied for the task force. We had an impressive pool of applicants. We had over 66. Some of those folks weren't eligible because they were county residents, but I think overall we did our best to really vet and go through a very rigorous process. We did some interviews. We got feedback from our colleagues on the council. You all were able to also review them. So I just wanted to commend the folks that are not going to be necessarily serving, but there's still a potential for them to participate in other public meetings on this topic. That's all.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilor Rivera?
Thank you, Mayor. I too would like to just thank all the many people that applied. There were so many good people to have to choose from. It was hard to leave anybody out. And I think that's why it took so long to get this task force kind of up and going, is that there were so many good people, and I'm thankful for all of them, and hope that they continue to try to stay involved somehow with other committees, with other things that the city is doing, because it's really important. So, and I look forward to the work that we're about to get started on. So thank you.
I would thank both of you for agreeing to be co-chairs. Couldn't be a more significant undertaking. I think we're all aware of the national debate and discussion that's going on around reimagining policing, but also reimagining public health and how those pieces can fit together. And the group that you have at your as your group to work with is really impressive. You're absolutely right. You two took the lead in sorting through 60 plus remarkable individuals. We're keeping those resumes for future use because we will find a way to get those folks back into the mix on other projects and other opportunities. But I really wish you a very successful and very stimulating and very profound community-wide conversation with recommendations coming back to the governing body as you sift through the policies of the police department, the opportunities for reimagining who gets sent on what kinds of calls, how we can cross-fertilize the operations of our departments and serve the public in this really critical time. So you both deserve an enormous round of thanks from all the rest of us on the governing body for stepping up and taking this on. So virtual round of applause for you two too. Thank you for doing it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Madam,
We need a vote on this, sir?
I guess we should vote on it. I was sort of assuming we all like these people, but yeah, let's take a vote.
Thank you. Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Castet Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
thank you. Would you take us to the next item on the agenda, please?
Yes, prior to that though, Mayor, I'd like to let our public know that we have 2 items from our evening session agenda that have been postponed, and they will both be postponed to October 14th at 6 p.m. The first is Bill 2020-27, and it's short version is just to update the version of the International Fire Code adopted by the City of Santa Fe. And then we also have postponed Bill 2020-23, and this would be ordinance relating to golf rates at the MRC. And both of those are postponed to October 14th.
Thank you for noting that. If people were waiting for those hearings, they will occur at a later date.
Thank you. So our next item is consideration of Bill 2020-24. And this is an ordinance creating new section 7-1.11 and 14-13 SFCC 1987, establishing a fee schedule for services provided by the Land Use Department, repealing section 7-3.3 regarding the permit fee to move a building, amending section 14-8 to allow the Land Use Director to issue certain preliminary permits at the owner's own risk, amending section 14-9.5 to clarify the process for constructing public and quasi-public improvements prior to commencement of other aspects of development, adding a definition to subsection 14-12.1 for permit emergency grading at owner's risk, permit limiting grading, permit preliminary clearing and grubbing, and site restoration, and establishing an effective date. And we have Land Use Director Eli Isaacson presenting.
Thank you. Now let's see, this is a public hearing. I guess our process, our parliamentarian just ducked out. She knew I was about to call on. There you are. Ordinarily, we've been trying to follow the procedure of getting a motion in front of us and then having a hearing. In this case, would it be best to hear from our various voices, the land use director, public testimony, and then after that, consider a motion? I think that's probably the best way to go, don't you? Is that
Mayor Weber, I can pull up our procedures, but I believe that reflects our procedures for a public hearing, which are different than legislative matters. Well, this is a legislative matter, but it's different than regular discussion matters.
all right? Well, while you look, let's follow that proceeding so we can move forward. So I would turn it over at the moment to the land use director and his team for a brief overview of what this is contains and why we're doing it. And then before we go to questions of the staff, we would turn it over for any public testimony, then come back for council discussion and a motion and a vote. Mr. Isaacson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The primary objective of this proposal is to adopt new sections 7-1.11 and 14-13 of the Santa Fe Code, which would create a comprehensive schedule of all fees assessed by the Land Use Department for services provided to the public. The proposal includes related amendments to section 7-3.3, which would remove the permit fee to move a building, amendments to section 14-8, which would allow the land use director to issue certain preliminary permits at the owner's risk, and amendments to 14-9.5, which would clarify the process for construction of public and quasi-public improvements prior to other aspects of development. Finally, the proposal would add a definition to subsection 14-12.1 for site restoration, which is needed to clarify other aspects of the proposal. All proposed fees correlate with existing services provided by the department, many of which are currently provided at no charge. The proposed new fees would offset the cost of providing these services. Some fees, such as the fee for exception to historic overlay, are proposed for reduction to more accurately reflect the actual staff time associated with evaluating the request. There are no new operating expenses associated with the proposed fee adjustment because staff members currently collect fees, and processing the new fees would require a nominal amount of additional staff time. Mayor Weber is the legislative sponsor of these amendments. Under section 14-3.3A4, all amendments to the land use code require a public hearing, review, and recommendation from the Planning Commission prior to consideration by the governing body. I'd also like to introduce Assistant Land Use Director Jason Klug, who's on the line with us as well, and is also available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's see if there is public testimony before we go to the governing body for questions. Is there anyone there's one hand up that I can see at the moment, Joe.
Yes, just Stephanie.
So
Should
I believe you should. Yes, let's give Ms. Beninato 2 minutes to speak to this item.
Okay.
Am
And-
I unmuted? Am I unmuted?
Yes, you
Yes,
are.
yes, you are.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Do I have to give my name and address or no? Am I, do I need to give my name and address?
Yes, please.
Okay, Stephanie Beninato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. What I appreciate about this ordinance or change to the ordinance is this allowing of a permit to start some grading, basically, because I think that is a preliminary type of operation that often has to occur before a final permit can be issued. And I was a little concerned about that, but I like that it's limited to that. And I like that there is some financial security required to make sure that whatever is supposed to happen does happen. And I do think that's really, really important that it's through every phase of that process. And the thing I would just point out is that I think these fees are going up. And when the new computer system was introduced, I don't know, 2 years ago or more, the idea was that land use fees would go down. And I do have to point out that some of it does seem repetitive, like administration fee, review fee, another review fee. It does seem like a lot. Some of the permit fees are very reasonable, like $10 for certain kinds of like solar and other like electric or plumbing things. But then some also seem really excessive. So I'm just pointing that out to you, and maybe you want to look through that a little bit more closely. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others who wish to be heard on this item who are waiting in the waiting room? Joe?
No, there, well, it'd just only be Andrea Ebony, but she has not raised her hand, sir.
Okay.
Joe, I believe she would like to make a presentation on the next agenda.
Okay, great. Thank you, Eli. Ms. Beninato, are you done speaking to the items for the night, or did you want to stay on? Ms. Beninato.
I'm not sure she heard you, Joe, but let's.
Okay, we'll just leave her.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that would complete the public testimony piece. I think the next step is questions of the staff, followed by, when we're ready, a motion from the governing body. So Councilor Maraworth, your hand is up for questions or comments at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. Eli, you mentioned it went before the Planning Commission. I don't see anything in the packet that says what their recommendation was and whether they made any changes. Did I miss that?
Thank you, Councilor. Mr. Mayor, the Planning Commission ultimately made a recommendation to approve. However, they did make some amendments specifically around some of the definitions. And also, they that it was specifically around the definitions, some of which were included in the packet, as well as some questions about new authorities under the land use director. And those were amendments that were incorporated into the legislation that was included in your packet this evening.
But the amendments were just incorporated. They're not here as standalones, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Because I'm not seeing any amendments, so they must have been just made to the bill itself.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. What we did is we actually provided a substitute bill this evening
Okay.
from the original bill that was provided to the Planning Commission back, I believe, in August, just to incorporate those changes into a new single bill.
Okay, that was my only question. On the substance, I do have a question for the city attorney. Aaron, do we need to have a motion as we're on the floor, as we're asking these questions?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Merworth, that's a great question. According to our rules, clarifying questions about the matter on the table can happen before the motion to make sure you understand what's being presented. But further questions can be made after the motion. But so ask whatever questions you need to make a motion, and then a motion should be made, then further discussion.
Okay, so clarifying questions now, a motion, and then debate of the motion. Are there?
Okay, that's all I have.
Councilor Vihil Coppler, you have your hand up. It's your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. I had quite a discussion with Mr. Isaacson yesterday, I think. And so I had a lot of answers confirmed, but some of the questions that I wasn't able to get clarity on. Well, first of all, I did wonder exactly where the new fees, what was the rationale for increasing the fees to the certain amounts that are here? Some of them obviously are new fees. Some are just increases to fees. So some of them I do think are, I just want to know what they're based on. And then the other matter of concern is that there's something here where we're now charging service charges, which bothers me because the whole thing here is that taxpayers are already paying to the city, whether it be a form of property tax or certainly GRT. And so they're already paying for these services because the positions are funded by the general fund. So while we're collecting these fees and they're being generated, I'm told because it creates extra workload. So we need to collect the fees because it's daunting on staff to complete all the things that they have to do. And I totally get that. I'm not sure that a service fee is something we should call, whatever we're calling it. I just, to me, that's more a privatization kind of thing. But I'm wondering why this, if it's fee-based money, why wouldn't it be categorized as an enterprise fund and stay within the planning and land use department, so that if the rationale is we need to pay for staff because we need these fees because it creates all of these ordinances we pass, which I don't disagree with, creates more work for staff. Well, if you're collecting fees because of the increased workload, then it stands to reason that those fees should stay in their own category as either special fund or whatever, but enterprise, and stay within planning and land use to then hire and fund the extra staff. That's the reason apparently these fees are needed. What I'm told is that they go into the general fund and they get to go anywhere they want, or that's permitted. So if we are going to collect these fees, then I really think, number one, the taxpayers are already paying for these salaries. But I understand that there could be, you know, with our ordinances, and we create unfunded mandates, but now we're doing funded mandates because of the fees. They should stay in planning and land use to hire the people that they need to hire to justify why we're even collecting them in the first place. And, you know, housing, new builds, and all these remodels, whatever the permits are being used for, that's a very cyclical kind of occurrence in real estate. And we've seen in this city, building goes up and it goes down. There was a time that we didn't have any building going on for 3 years because of actions that the city council took. Right or wrong, I'm not commenting, but now,
Mayor Weber, Counselor, just point of order. I think right now we're still in questions of staff and there's not a motion on the floor. So to start debate, I think we want a motion.
No, Erin, I would like to finish sometimes my train of thought without getting interrupted. You know, I'm about to ask, I'm asking my question, but I'm preparing it with my thought process about why I'm asking the question. So I will continue, and that is, why are these fees going into general fund and being commingled rather than being separately accounted for as enterprise fund and stay within the planning and land use department so that they can get the staff that they need? Because otherwise we're not addressing the real workload issue. And we're not really truly accounting to the builders or homeowners who pay these fees. We're not accounting to them for what we're doing with their money. And that goes along with the taxpayers already paying for these positions. So I propose that we separately identify these funds as fee funds or enterprise funds and keep them within the planning and land use department, and then hire the people they need for the increased workload. And they'd be term employees because they're based on fee revenue. And I wondered, in terms of my question, which is a fiscal question, why we cannot and aren't doing that.
Okay, and I think we'll shift gears after this if we can, and actually get a motion on the floor, and then treat these as questions of directed toward the motion and the main substance of the proposal. So Eli and others who want to address the question about both the origin of the fees, the structure, the amounts, and then the issue of keeping all the money that is generated within land use or having it be a general fund to be dealt with as a matter of the budgetary priorities of the city at large. Eli, you're not obligated to answer all of those, but you can start down the road of where the numbers came from and how we compare to other jurisdictions and where we were previously when you started the review of the base of the fees we're charging.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councilors. So I think there's two sort of categories. We have fee increases, which are existing fees that we have increased. And I think that those, the increased amount is a reflection of a evaluation of the time and staff effort that goes into that type of service. And trying to align the fees that we charge to the amount of time and effort that goes into completing those tasks. And so those increases were based off of, partly one of the reasons why we are increasing the fee schedule is that salaries have gone up in land use as we are hiring folks with more education or more experience, more certifications to do a more sophisticated type of review as required by our ordinances. It's more costly for us to do the work where we need to do. And so some of these increases reflect those increases in average salaries across the department. The new fees are a little different. Those are a review of services that we are currently providing that we don't charge any fees for. Things like pre-application meetings and other things that really help our applicants and really help projects move forward with fewer hiccups and stumbling blocks. And so, but to do that requires bringing in, sometimes as many as 7 or 8 high-level staff people, oftentimes division directors, into lengthy meetings to discuss proposals that are in front of us. And so, those represent quite a bit of cost to the city, and we feel that applicants on some of these larger development projects should compensate the city for that time and that service. So that's how we arrived at some of the new fees as well as the fee increases, is really by examining the cost to the city to provide the services, looking at salaries and benefits on an hourly basis and the time associated with completing each task.
And do you want to address the enterprise fee versus general fund, or do you want to leave that to me or somebody else?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'd be happy to take a stab at it for sure. So the City of Santa Fe's Land Use Department is not currently an enterprise fund. The city does have several enterprise funds. Currently, I believe some of our public utilities are enterprise funds. Land use is not. Some cities, usually larger cities, do operate their land use and planning and development service departments as enterprise funds. Typically, it's not done in cities our size. I think that question is a good one. However, it is beyond the scope of tonight's agenda item. We are simply looking at taking our fee table, consolidating it into one location in the code, and identifying areas where it's appropriate to either increase existing fees or to charge fees for new services. So it's an interesting question. It's one that may be worth exploring. However, I don't believe it's something that we could address this evening based off of how this item was advertised to the public. That's my understanding. City Attorney McSherry, Aaron may have other advice or comment on that. But I believe that it's not something that is up for conversation this evening.
Thank you. I see Councilor Garcia's hand is Councilor Vihil-Coppler, do you have any other clarifying? I think the goal of the city attorney wasn't to interrupt you, but just to say, let's get to debate after we have a motion. If there's a clarifying question about a specific item, this would be the time to do that. Otherwise, let's get a motion on the floor and then have more broad range discussion.
Move to approve.
Okay, there's a motion.
Second.
And a second from Councilor Lindell. Now we can have more broad, wide-ranging debate about both the origin of the numbers, the policy questions involved, the structure, and how the community of builders or other folks might be affected by this, what our anticipated impacts might be.
Okay, do I still have the floor?
Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
This is of concern to me because I've been in this business a long time, and these are the questions that I get asked. The city is always wanting to increase fees, but we don't see any improvement in how long it takes, which is, to get a permit, how long it takes to come get an inspection of something after you get a permit. I've gotten 2 permits personally in my life, and I've never been re-inspected after that, never. So, but that's what a lot of people ask me. And many builders have been in this city for a long time. And so if it's, their questions are, maybe they need more staff. And I agree. I certainly agree. We're a very reactive land use enforcement department rather than proactive. And if we had certainly trained and well-managed staff and enough staff, I think we could be more helpful. And these questions over the years are the same. And so I'm thinking here tonight more globally. The city of Santa Fe used to do program budgeting. We used to know exactly what things cost, and we knew how the money was spent. And we also knew how much a particular program cost related to an ordinance. But certainly it's a lot. It's a very intricate, long budgeting process. Obviously, we don't do it. It's not a bad thing we don't do it, but when we are collecting fees, we ought to be able to account for what we're doing with the money. And the builders, it's no surprise that their fees are going up. And, you know, the question you and I are going to get, we ask it all the time when we go into a business where they've increased the fees. Well, what's in it for me? What have I gotten that's any better for the extra money I'm paying? And we have to be able to answer that in planning and land use. And we've got, you know, we just passed a nuisance ordinance, which would require a bunch more oversight. And so, you know, I don't disagree with new staff, but here we have an opportunity, and I'm not saying, you know, it's not in the purview, I understand, but we have a right to think more globally about things. And this is a little bit more global. And so I don't agree that we're charging builders for fees and we're promising them extra service. But then for those, we don't give planning and land use more people. We take that money and commingle it in the general fund, and then it goes to whoever. And so we don't know that. We don't know where that money's going. So how can I answer to a builder, well, here's what you're getting for that extra service charge, or your increased fee from what it was, or a brand new fee, which you never ever had to pay before. And this amounts to a lot of money for a builder or a remodeler, homeowner, or whoever is getting these permits. And we do see that these fees could be used to put back into planning and land use, give them the staff that they need so that we can become more proactive.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, your hand is up as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick, I guess, item that might need to be corrected on the land use fee table. Under current planning activities, the first item, pre-application meeting new, the fee is currently, looks like it's an Excel spreadsheet formula. So we might want to get that corrected before that goes public, because I never heard of a dollar figure that's E107 colon F6 166 per meeting. So we might want to figure out what that is before. I don't know if we need to correct that tonight or in future, but let's make sure we get that corrected. A couple questions I have. There's a lot of fees that I couldn't necessarily determine why we raised them so high. For example, there's a fee, the vendor fee is going up from $10 to $150. And so, you know, there's also like special variance fees going up from $300 to $1,000. So is there any reason, ideology behind the increase in fees?
Thank you, Councilor, Mr. Mayor. You know, it's, again, the increases are really intended to be a reflection of the associated staff time and corresponding city cost to the city, excuse me, for handling these types of requests or applications. And so, you know, we looked at specifically on the question of variances, we did look at what other jurisdictions, both here in New Mexico and comparable jurisdictions in other states, what they're charging for those types of services or applications, and aligned our fees to better represent what is typical of that type of request in other planning and land use departments across the country.
So we are from what I'm hearing, are we in alignment with other cities in regards to the fees we're going to be charging?
Correct.
Okay. So my other question is, I know that there's a lot of new fees being associated. As a, you know, I'm going to put a potential contractor hat on. I'm not a contractor, but if I'm working with the public, And what are the new additional steps I'm going to have to go through that I'm going to have to then pass those fees on to my consumer, which ultimately might mean if they're building a brand new house or even doing a home renovation model, that means, you know, going with wood flooring, or they can't afford that and they have to go with laminate flooring. So how is this going to affect that business in the sense, what are these new additional costs going to be? Because I see, you know, the initial, what was it on the first page? Mandatory pre-submittal building permit meeting. So what is that? I mean, is that something that is a brand new meeting that a contractor or somebody who's ever building has to now incur this $500 in cost?
Thank you, Councilor, Mr. Mayor. So that is a pre-application meeting associated with applications for development plans or other large projects. So if you were a contractor working for a residential client doing a remodel or renovation of an existing home, or even new construction of a new home, typically that is not a meeting that you would have. Now, if you were in a building, say a new home in an area of the city, say in the foothills or somewhere else where there is very challenging terrain, you are trying to figure out a way to fit a large residence on a tricky lot, also trying to navigate escarpment and other overlay districts, then in that instance, you may have a pre-application meeting. However, $500 is literally a drop in the bucket when we look at the overall project cost for a home like that, or a large development or something like that. And it's not something that I really foresee being passed on to the eventual consumer. It's really something that would be just sort of absorbed in the larger costs of the project. And so it's one of those things where in aggregate, it's very meaningful to the city. However, as a one-off, it's sort of negligible to the applicant. And so, you know, I really don't see the fees that we've proposed in this ordinance to really be burdensome to residential homeowners or the average constituent. You may notice that we have not increased our permit fees at all. These are more development fees, whether it be in the entitlements phase or during construction in our technical review divisions, on drawdowns on letters of credit or other things like that. So I really don't see this being something that would really even impact or be noticeable to the vast majority of our constituents.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So one concern I've heard consistently from our construction community since I've been on council is the time it takes for them to get permit fees or permits approved. Some have said they've waited 3 months, 4 months, and I know we are strapped as a land use team, and that's, I'm assuming, why it's kind of slowed down the process, unfortunately. Will these new fees allow us to hire folks to speed up that process? We can quickly get folks in the door, out the door, and projects completed in a more time efficient manner for the community.
Thank you, Councilor. That is certainly our hope in land use. You know, these fees, the effort that we've done to reevaluate our existing fees, find opportunities for charging new fees for existing services, is really at looking at increasing revenues citywide. Obviously, these, because land use, planning and land use is not an enterprise fund, Councilor Vihel-Coppler is correct that our fee revenues do hit the general fund. However, I think it's my understanding, I think our intention that increased revenues landing in the general fund would then be available to fund potentially new positions within the land use department, because land use department is funded right now almost exclusively by the general fund with a few exceptions. You know, the funds will be commingled. However, with more money available to the city, that means there's more money available to land use, and we can hire those critical staff people to ultimately increase our turnaround times on permit applications and provide better customer service to our constituents.
Okay, thank you for that. And so to go back to what additional necessities are now put on contractors, what else? I mean, what is new? Somebody comes, I want to build a brand new house on a lot I just built. What fees am I going to incur now that I wouldn't have maybe potentially to the prior potential passage of this?
So again, thank you, Counselor. We have not increased our permit fees per se. You may see, so one example that may impact sort of just, let's say, a typical residential project contractor. We are suggesting or recommending that we start to charge for permit revisions at an hourly rate of $60 an hour. This mirrors what we are currently charging for amendments to our permits. So for those of you who maybe aren't familiar with the difference between a revision and an amendment. So a revision is when we find issues that need to be corrected in your application versus an amendment, which is a change that a contractor might make to a permit that's already been approved. Oftentimes in the field, you confront a condition that needs to be addressed. You need to change something. You were going to do a wood portal, now you want to do a steel portal, those types of things. So we oftentimes amend permits after they're issued. And we, when we review those amendment applications, we charge $60 an hour. Now, what we're suggesting is during the revision process, which is during the application prior to a permit being issued, after the first time that we've looked at it and given you your corrections, if you have to come back to us a second or a third time, those additional reviews will be charged on an hourly basis. Oftentimes what we get is sometimes we get folks that are applying, they say, hey, you know what, I'm not going to work this out. I'll let the city review it and tell me what's wrong with it, right? So what we're really trying to do is discourage that behavior and really have people spend the time up front to give us a quality set of drawings with their application so that we can look it over and ultimately approve it. Another one is, right now, our residential building permits are valid for a year. That's as mandated by the IRC. We now offer free extensions. We're contemplating in this amendment charging $100 for a 6-month extension. So should a construction project take longer than anticipated, extend beyond that year construction period, if you needed a extension from us, it would cost you $100. Again, these amounts aren't nothing, but I think in the grand scheme of things, they're quite reasonable.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it, Mr. Isaacson. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilwoman Villarreal, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple things related to the industry and how staff vetted this, or if anybody from the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association inquired about the changes and if there was any feedback from them, because I think that's an entity that can help us evaluate if these fees and these changes make sense and if they're understanding them. And so, Mr. Isaacson, was there interaction or any input that you received from the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association?
Thank you, Councilor. Mr. Mayor, we did receive a request from the executive director of the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association, I believe Mr. Conway. We sent him what we had and what is included in your packet this evening, and to my knowledge, did not receive any follow-up feedback or anything like that. Again, the majority of these amended fees do not impact home building directly. We aren't increasing our permit fees per se. We are increasing some of the fees associated with the process of entitlements and approval of development plans, which often have to do with subdivisions, large commercial projects, institutional projects. Many of these increases will not be burdensome to our home building community.
Okay, that's helpful. And also, if Mr. Conway had issues, he would let us know. He typically lets us know when he has issues with aspects of, some of the ordinances or resolutions that we're proposing. So so if we haven't heard from him, that's a good thing. The other question is, I agree with my colleague. You know, fees that we generate through the land use process really should go directly towards land use. And so I'm wondering, because in the last administration, we were very clear about fees going towards land use so that they were able to staff up in the manner that they needed to. And there was always a clear goal that that would be the case. So I'm trying to figure out, I didn't feel like in the past we had, I guess what I'm saying is we made it clear that anything that was generated would go back into the land use department. So why isn't that happening now? And I don't know who could answer that because I feel like that's a finance question.
Thank you, Counselor. I think you're absolutely right. I don't have a good answer for that. Why that's not happening now if it was happening in the past. Again, I think we all, you know, the idea of amending our fee schedule did come up as we started talking about the department's budget and the need for additional revenues into the city and ultimately into the department because of, you know, staffing constraints. You know, we could, just like every other department, land use could certainly use more staff. And, you know, I think there is a connection, a nexus between staffing levels and our turnaround times on permits and other types of.
Absolutely.
So
Yep.
It's definitely something worth exploring. I am not the right person to answer the question as to why the funds are set up the way they are, but it's definitely something, you know, that I think would be a benefit to the department and the city as a whole.
Yeah, I guess what I'd like to say is I'd like us to direct that as a directive to be able to tell us that this is what we want to be, we want to see. So I don't know what we need to do to make that happen.
I'm not sure that, I'm not a lawyer. I do play one on TV from time to time, but I'm not sure that something like that is handled as a directive so much as needs to be taken up either as a matter during budget discussions or an actual vote of the governing body as a matter of fiscal policy. I'm not sure it's a directive that is simply a matter of assertion. I could be wrong. I mean, I'm as I say, I don't actually even know what I would like to do is you referenced something that I wasn't aware of. So I really want to do my homework on what previous policies were followed and how they were structured and where they were set up, because Director Isaacson is right. The best of my knowledge, the land use department doesn't actually have a status as an enterprise fund per se, any more than the police department is an enterprise fund, or most of our general funded operations keep their revenues that they generate. So we'd have to really explore what was done in the prior, under the prior mayor or mayors and see how that was set up.
Attorney McSherry, did you have a comment about that?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal, I think that's right. So it could have been a budgetary decision in the past, and we could look at that to see if there was something in a budget, or there could have been a resolution, but I'm not aware of one. But we could look at that. It is beyond the scope of this particular bill, but it could be legislative too, that if you wanted to put it in place, you could either do it through the budget or a resolution. Probably an ordinance would be better than a resolution, just because it's easier to keep track of.
Yeah, I don't know if Lindell has any input on that, but we definitely had a goal of utilizing fees, especially when we were in the budget crisis of, what was that, 2016? And we were very clear about any fees coming in that they would assist with land use to make sure that they could have certain staffing positions and being able to staff. And even then we were short staffed. So I guess I'm just wanting that to continue exploring that, because we really need it. And we've never been fully staffed, I feel like, in land use since I've been here. Anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Romero Worth, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to comment about this idea. A couple of things. Legislative philosophy is that you want fewer dedicated funds and you want more things going into your general fund. so that then through the budgeting process, you can prioritize where you want that funding to go among the many demands on a particular government. So actually, dedicated funds are kind of frowned on. Now, I can't speak to what we've done in the past, but I think getting away from that idea is probably a good idea. We do have enterprise funds in the city. Not very many of them are truly self-sustaining. We end up subsidizing, I think, a fair amount of them. And I think, there was a point made earlier about the fact that the contracting business kind of ebbs and flows, right, with the economy. Right now, we're having a boom, and there's a lot of contracting business out there, and we're probably we've probably seen an increase in our fees, but then, as was pointed out, sometimes that cycle goes down, and then we don't have any. And if we're relying on the fees to fund those departments, then it's not going to be self-sustaining. So I think that the general rule philosophy that's better is to put everything in the general fund, and through the budgeting process, through the finance committee hearings, we prioritize where we want to use our money to the best to the best needs of the city. And we never have enough money to do all the things we want to do. But certainly, if this is an area where we want better services and, we want to be fully staffed, we as counselors, as the legislative body, can certainly prioritize that to happen. So before we get too far down this path, I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Vihil-Coppler, your hand is back up. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I read in the FIR for this item that these funds are recurring funds, and I think that's wrong. These aren't recurring funds. These are fee-based funds, and they depend on, we do have ebbs and flows in this business. And we can't say that this 500 or so thousand that was mentioned in the FIR is always going to be that. It's not. It's maybe can be greater, or it's going to be lesser. And we still haven't found, we haven't experienced yet enough time to see what the 20% added on to the 20% added on to the 20% in affordable housing. We haven't yet seen what that's going to do to home building for affordable housing. So I just want to voice my opinion that I think the categorization of these monies is recurring, because it's not. You can't depend on it.
Yeah, good point. I think that's that. If it said it was recurring, it's not. You cannot count on. Other questions from the council? I have a couple questions, and if others don't, I'm interested in a few pieces of data if you have them, Eli. I'm not sure you do, but it would be good to get them if you don't. Questions have been asked about not directly the fees themselves, but in general, how the land use department has been doing. So I'd like to know, given the understaffing and the success, the amount of stress and strain your team is under, and tip of the hat to them for that, how are you doing with the permitting process for the year?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I would be happy to answer that. I think this would also be an excellent opportunity for Assistant Land Use Director Jason Klug to chime in. He is directly oversees what we call the development branch within the land use department. And the development branch consists of building permitting, building inspections, as well as our terrain management team. Terrain management, it has to do with engineering and the technical aspects of that. So I would definitely like to let him speak to this. I mean, I think, we've had a challenging year. We, like many other departments of the city, had a very different outlook in February when we put our first budget proposal together for FY21. we were starting to address some of these issues that we've talked about this evening. Need for additional positions, identifying critical needs within the department, specifically around issues around construction. We wanted to add positions to our building division. We wanted to add positions to our inspections division. And you know, with the revenue picture the way it was, we weren't able to do that this year. And we very much hope that we're able to do that moving forward. And part of what we're doing this evening is trying to identify new ways to bring revenues into the city so that we can add those vital positions to our team. So that, you know, that's where we are. It's been a struggle. You know, credit to everyone in land use for their ability to quickly pivot to a new way of doing business. We were able to quickly shift from over-the-counter interactions with our customers and constituents to going online, whether it be through CSS, which is a customer-facing portal for our EnerGov system that we implemented a little over a year ago, or through email and other means of electronic communication. So we were able to make that adjustment very quickly. I think we were only down in building permit where we weren't accepting new applications for 1 week this year. And that was sort of when we were, when the stuff hit the fan, so to speak, in mid-late March. And so that was the week we used to make these adjustments. And it very much was, you know, I think, Mr. Mayor, you've used this analogy in some of your public comments before it. It was very much changing the tires on the bus as it's speeding down the highway at 60 miles an hour. But we were able to do it with, you know, I think a reasonable amount of success. And we continue to optimize and we continue to get better and we continue to tinker because we're getting feedback from our constituents and they're letting us know what's working for them, what's not working for them. But that tinkering, that optimization, it's more change, and change is difficult on staff. No matter how you do it, change is hard. And so a real, just a very deep and appreciative thank you to everyone in land use for hanging with us through all of this. It's a department comprised of extremely talented and dedicated people who really come to work every day trying to make a difference and really bring with them every day a deep commitment to the construction industry here in Santa Fe and really try to support that vital industry here in our city as best they can. So, a heartfelt thank you to them. I'd like to turn it over to Jason if he has anything he'd like to add.
Jason, do you have any data?
Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Eli, thank you for that eloquent response. I would just like to echo it. And I'd also like to say, just as a little preamble, I've been in land use for almost a year now. It's actually October 21st will be my 1-year anniversary. And so I'm very excited to be in land use and meet the challenges involved. And, I have to say one of the main things that I've been interested in was, just the idea of trust building, both with staff and with the, the community at large, the construction community. Actually, one of the things that Carol Johnson tasked me with at the very beginning was community outreach. And then she left and COVID struck. So it's definitely been a roller coaster ride. Anyway, so I feel like, with the limited staffing and with, the associated challenges with, issuing permits, et cetera, I think we've really risen to that challenge. And I can, assure you that I'm supporting staff in the building community in any way possible. And definitely all of our employees go above and beyond. And yes, there are definitely challenges. There were challenges before, and there are even more challenges with, with the public health crisis. But I have to echo that trying to, to build that staff as quickly as possible with the, the related budget challenges, et cetera. So having said that, we issued around 6,500 permits last year. We generated, I believe, $5.2 million in revenue. This year, we're tracking to be almost on par with that. Depending on how things go the next 4 months, we'll be somewhere between 5,600 and 6,500 permits, and maybe slightly less revenue. We haven't had as many big development projects come in, although they're there are a bunch in line. So depending on when those come in, we may hit those numbers. I'd also just like to address something that Councilor Vihel Coppler was questioning and that Eli addressed briefly. When we were, these permit fees were, they were obviously started before I came on board, and we've been working, for the last 6 months to get them, ready for the ordinance. With COVID, they unfortunately took a back burner. We really wanted to have these implemented at the beginning of this year. Now it'll be the beginning of next year. So the thing I wanted to mention was Eli tasked me with looking at other municipalities. That's one of the main things that I was able to add to this, just to to verify where our fees are. And so the fees are definitely in line. I was looking at regional fees, as far as California, but mainly Colorado, Arizona, Texas, other cities in New Mexico. And so for all the municipalities that use similar fee structures, because they don't all use the same fee structure, but for the ones that do, the median fees track in a smooth curve with the median housing sale price, which I found was interesting. So that's one metric that we looked at, and we're definitely, based on our median home value, we're right there. Again, in a smooth curve with the other cities. These fees haven't changed. The existing fees haven't changed in 5 years, and we do want to, start a schedule of looking at them every 5 years. But we're actually not adding anything of substance actually to any of the building permitting fees. Are mainly planning fees, and the permitting fees that we're adding are definitely necessary, as Director Isaacson has indicated. And I'm happy to stand for further questions.
Thank you. I really appreciate the depth of your knowledge and exploration of the issue and how far you range to get more data. One other, I don't know if you have this statistic at your fingertips. Do you have an estimate of roughly how many housing units are under construction in or permitted in Santa Fe at this time? Do we know where we are in addressing our housing, urgent housing need, as well as our specifically affordable housing need?
Thank you, Mayor. We actually recently did an accounting of the number of housing units we have under construction. And by under construction, I mean units that have been permitted. So these are projects that have gone through the entitlements process, have been approved by either Planning Commission or the governing body, and have actually applied for permits and received permits. And they may have not technically broken ground yet, but they are queued up to do so. So we have roughly 2,100 housing units under construction in the city right now. That's a staggering number of housing units. I don't think there's been a time in the city's recent history where we've had that much residential construction happening in the city at one time. And that's a mixture of both multifamily residential housing, some of which is also affordable, and single family residential development and construction, which is a portion of which is also affordable housing.
Thank you. Other questions at this time for our staff, the director or his team? Okay, Councilor Abeyta, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe it was said early on, but when was the last time we increased fees, these land use fees?
Thank you, Councilor Abeyta. Mr. Mayor, actually, I don't have that number in front of me. I think I want to say, and I can follow up on this with you, but I don't think we've raised them within the last, I think it's been around 10 years since we've raised these before.
I think Councilwoman Villarreal says around 4 years.
Okay, I just
not all of them. Just to clarify, not all of them were raised, and you had some new categories that you added, but there was an increase. I want to say it's 4 years ago.
2016.
I think Jason said 5 years ago, and he was recommending a rolling review every 5 years at least.
And I just received a text message from a staff member who said 2008. And I think that's the last time, 2008 was the last time we did a more comprehensive update. You are correct, Councilor Villarreal. We have sort of increased or revised certain portions of the fee schedule throughout the year. Even more recently than 4 years ago, just I think about a year and a half ago, we revised the plumbing mechanical fees, gearing up for implementation of Energov. We wanted to get them revised so that we could build them out and configure Energov to reflect the new fees. So I think we have done some piecemeal amendments, but in terms of an overall review of our development fees in the department, I think it's been since 2008.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to echo or add on to something that Councilwoman Vihel Koppler said. One of the comments that I get sometimes with these fees from developers or builders is we'd be happy to pay whatever the fee is if we can get things out quicker, because time is money in this business. And so I think, Eli, if you can continue to look at that and the process that people have to go to, maybe there's certain things that we ask for, but we don't know why. It was just something that's always been there. Maybe we can look at that. Maybe there's certain permits that don't need all of the paperwork that we generally ask for. I think any time you can make the process easier for people and quicker, then I don't think they'll mind paying the increase in fees. So thank you, Mayor.
Councilor, we have taken on that challenge. We have removed some reviews for certain types of permits to help expedite the process of getting them issued. One example is, we've looked at fencing and removed the requirements for grading and drainage to look at your standard fence, because fences don't really change drainage patterns in a significant way on a piece of property. We've also, as part of the CSS rollout in response to COVID, we have created a series of what we're calling express permits, which are permits that allow, there are things like re-roof, window replacement, other things that don't take the same level of review as other types of applications, and really tried to create a fast lane as much as possible for permits that are appropriate for that type of approach. So we are continually looking at opportunities to streamline our processes. A lot of it's just out of necessity, right? When you're short-staffed, you need to find ways to optimize your business processes, because you just don't have people around to really do things, any other way. So we're constantly looking for those opportunities, and we do, when we can, work and take recommendations from our customers who say, hey, I've noticed this doesn't make sense to me. Is there a way that we can take a look at it? And we do try to be responsive to those questions, because we see it as a benefit both to us and to our customers.
Thank you, Councilor. Other comments or questions at this time?
Apologize if I may, Mr. Mayor, could I add to Eli's comment?
Yeah, go right ahead, Jason.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Beta, also wanted to point out in the new fee schedule, it's on page 2. We are looking at expedited plan review to help augment our standard review. That'd be a third-party review. We still need to execute the RFP and get that approved. But that's something we've been looking at since as long as I've been here. Actually, we just haven't, we haven't had the capacity to get around to it, but we're definitely interested in creating that process. Hopefully we can implement that very soon.
Yeah, I think we've talked about a TSA express check lane in the past, and I think we're closing in on that as well. Other questions or comments before we close the hearing and move to a vote? No more hands. Could the clerk please call the roll on the motion?
Councilor Beta,
Yes.
Councilor Castex Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Mayor Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Vihel Koppler,
Yes.
Councilor Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jason and Eli, and Sally was there, I think, in support perhaps as well. City Clerk, Madam Clerk, could you read the next item for us, please?
Yes, this is consideration of Bill 2020-22. This is an ordinance amending the table of permitted uses in section 14-6.1C SFCC 1987 to include commissary kitchens as a permitted use requiring a special use permit in C1 zoning districts, and amending section 14-12.1 to add the definition of commissary kitchens. And we have Eli Isaacson presenting.
Okay, and we have still some folks in the attendee room who may want to testify on this as well. So Eli, if you want to introduce it, and then we'll open it up to the public and then bring it back for a motion and debate by the governing body.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The proposed bill adds a definition for commissary kitchen to the Santa Fe City Code, section 14-12.1, and amends the permitted use table in SFCC section 14-6.1, table 14-6.1-1, to include commissary kitchens as a permitted use, while also requiring a special use permit in a C1 zoning district if the commissary kitchen would be located within 200 feet of a residentially zoned property. And Mr. Mayor, as you I believe you stated, the applicant, Ms. Andrea Abedi, is on the line and would like to make a short PowerPoint presentation about commissary kitchens.
Okay, I didn't realize this was, okay. I see what you're saying. I guess this would be the time for that, and then we'd also open the floor for general comment from the public, although I see Sally's hand is in the air.
Hi, Mayor Weber, members of the City Council. I just wanted to chime in and recommend that in this particular matter, we do swear-in applicants, although it's not necessarily required in a legislative matter. We do have a matter here tonight that's been initiated by a member of the public as sort of an applicant asking for a text amendment. So it's a bit more quasi-judicial than some of our other ordinance changes. So I just wanted to share that recommendation.
Okay, I was a little, I didn't realize this was applicant driven. I thought we were simply having a public hearing rather than a particular applicant who needed to be considered as a matter.
Mr. Mayor, this text amendment was initiated by a member of the public with the and had the sponsorship of councilors Lindell and Villarreal, and has since picked up a co-sponsor in Councilor Romero Worth.
Well, I see the sponsorship. I didn't realize it was specific to a particular applicant. So I have no objection to turning over the floor to the applicant to explain the history of this proposal.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of order. Ms. McSherry, can the public initiate policy?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, there is a procedure for land use amendments. It is kind of a different procedure than typical, but public can also ask for sponsorship of an idea they have, certainly in other areas. But land use does have some special provisions. I don't know if Sally, you have those in front of you, or we could pull them up and report on them once we get them in front of us, but I do know there is one.
I don't have it pulled up. Thank you, Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera. There is a very specific provision that speaks to text amendments of Chapter 14 and has procedures for text amendments, and it does include an enumerated list of those who can file a request for a text amendment to Chapter 14, and it does include any person. So,
And it allows them to make presentations outside of public comment.
thank you, Mayor Weber. Councilor Rivera, I would actually recommend that we do include Ms. Abedi as a member of the public during the public hearing. But when we do open up the public hearing, I would go ahead and swear her in. And when we heard this before the Planning Commission, we did swear in all members of the public on this matter, just because under New Mexico law, they speak of sort of legislative and quasi-judicial as a bit of a sort of scale. This falls a little bit more towards the middle than a lot of them. Although it is a citywide change to the land use code, it is being requested by a particular person with particular hopefully a great project in mind. So that's why I've made that recommendation.
And is the recommendation that she be given 2 minutes or be allowed more time?
Yeah, that's where Councilor Rivera is practicing his psychic hotline question. I'm wondering, typically we don't, in these public hearings, give people carte blanche to make a slide deck presentation with PowerPoint matters. It's a 2-minute representation of their argument.
Thank you, Mayor Weber. Councilor Rivera, members of the council, I think it's fine to maintain the regular 2-minute limit if that's how you'd like to proceed. I think that's perfectly appropriate way.
Okay,
And Mr. Mayor, for what it's worth, it is a very short presentation.
I think that's an oxymoron, but very well. So I think in the last matter, what we did was to open the door for public comment and then bring it back here for either clarifying questions or a motion to be followed by discussion and debate. So I think at this time, let's see who is holding up their hand to comment, and we'll offer the public 2 minutes to advise us on their point of view on this matter. Christine, are you now bringing people in? Or Joe, are you still doing? Well, Joe or Christine, who is bringing people in from the public to comment?
Mayor, I will be doing that, but give me one moment to transition devices.
Okay.
Hi, I unmuted. It's Andrea.
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay, I think the recommendation was for you to be sworn in.
Okay.
Is that still your idea, Sally? Or your recommendation, Aaron?
Thank you, Mayor Weber. Yes.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, could you do that for us, please?
Yes, Andrea, under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just as a side note, I have my business partner, Hillary Kilpatrick, here as well.
They would, if are they going to speak separate from you or simply be there as a, what's your intention? We'd need to swear that person in as well and give them 2 minutes separately from you.
Oh, okay. Well, we were going to do it together, but I can do it on my own.
Okay, we need your name and address, and you have 2 minutes to give us your point of view on this matter.
Okay. Andrea Abetti, 1533 La Cienegita, Santa Fe. And so what is a commissary kitchen? It's a certified kitchen where people can prepare foods for products for distribution to the public. Commercial kitchens are designed for food production and food safety. The need: Santa Fe is a city with food entrepreneurs who lack a proper facility, commissary or commercial kitchen to prepare food for resale. The closest viable options are in Taos, which is Taos Economic Development Center, or Albuquerque, which is the Mixing Bowl. This creates a resource for those who wish to scale, expand, and properly start food businesses in accordance with health department regulations. A quick example of community benefits: they create jobs within the community. They encourage the supply chain to stay local. It also encourages local innovation and entrepreneurship in Santa Fe's food community. It also serves as a link between local farmers and local food entrepreneurs. Sample of customer profiles: entrepreneurs and businesses creating and selling packaged food products, private chefs cooking for events and regular customers, caterers cooking for events, food truck owners for food prep and sanitary storage of their products, and farmers to distribute their products in a centralized location. So thank you for your time and support, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there others who wish to speak to this matter? Christine, or is there someone else in the public waiting area who wants to address this matter?
Yes, Mayor. Stephanie Beninato has her hand raised. So I will go ahead and unmute her. Hold on one moment.
Just came up. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are just unmuted, Stephanie. Go ahead.
Stephanie, if I could please swear you in.
Yeah, there you go.
Under penalty of perjury, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation of what these kitchens are. I think that it seems like a lot of different types of functionalities, maybe within the same building, which I don't know, might be overwhelming. I'm not sure. And I wonder how much retail would go on there, or whether it really is more of preparation for packaging and then distribution someplace else, or for like catering events and things like that. I appreciate that it is a special use if it's so close to a residential area, especially if it's both food prep and retail. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there others waiting to be heard on this public hearing from the public? If not, we will bring it back to the governing body and we can entertain a motion and then discussion.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve from Councilwoman Villarreal and a second from Councilor Lindell. And now the floor is open for discussion or questions of the staff who are here to answer questions. Or we, Councilor Garcia, I see a hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not necessarily a question for staff, but I thought as it was going through committee, I'd asked to be a co-sponsor of this. So that's my only request, is to be a co-sponsor of this legislation.
That will happen. Thank you. Other comments, questions, or corrections? If not, I don't see any other hands. Could the clerk please call the roll on this?
Mayor, my hand's up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Go right ahead, Councilor Vihel-Coppler.
Thank you. I'm curious about the convention center. Are we using that as a commissary kitchen? Or can it be used?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler. I believe this came up during our committee conversations, and it's my understanding that the convention center kitchen can be rented as a commissary kitchen and is available to the public on our, I'm not sure what the terms of the renting are, if it's hour by hour or by period of time, but it is available to the public for use as a commissary kitchen.
So did you say you don't know how much we charge? And I'm curious about what we charge and what the income is.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler. I don't have that information available to me. I'd be happy to try to track that down for you and provide you with sort of how the program is set up and the types of revenues it's generating. But again, I don't have that information available to me at the moment.
How would the public find out?
I believe, and again, I'm not very familiar with the program, but because it's at the convention center, I believe contacting our tourism director, Mr. Randy Randall, if he could not provide that information, he could certainly point that individual in the right direction.
So maybe it's on the website. I don't know. Well, maybe not if we haven't approved this. Well, how can we use the convention center if we haven't approved this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Viejo Coppler. I believe so. So a commercial kitchen is allowed in some of our other zoning districts. There's not much difference between, say, a commissary kitchen and a restaurant, right? And so restaurants are allowed in our C2, restaurants are allowed in our BCD district, which is the zoning for the convention center, as well as they're also allowed in our I1 district, which is our light industrial. So this is a use that is allowed in other areas of the city. This is an amendment to the land use code, which would allow commissary kitchens to be a permissible use in the C1 zone, which restaurants are not allowed in. And so that's the purpose of this text amendment.
So, and I apologize because I'm not as familiar with all this, but apparently it's not in the packet anyway, but do they get inspected the same way by the, I guess it would be the environmental division?
Thank you, Councilor. Yes, they would. So again, it would be a certified food production facility. Those inspections are done by NMED. And so we would, if a commissary kitchen were to be established on privately held property in a C1 zone, the city would review the application for any sort of tenant improvements or changes to the building. We would inspect that construction, both in terms of the building construction and any sort of mechanical, electrical, plumbing work that was done to the facility. And then once the construction was complete, prior to operating, the business would need a inspection and certification from NMED prior to opening to the public for use as a commissary kitchen.
So who makes sure in the city that that's done? Would that be in your department or division?
Yes. So prior to receiving a business license, we would make sure that all the proper health inspections and other necessary inspections done by outside agencies are in place prior to issuing a business license and a certificate of compliance.
Okay, and then are you aware if we've reviewed ourselves at the convention center?
Again, thank you for the question. I am not sure what the what has been done in terms of inspections at the convention center commissary kitchen. I'm not familiar with that facility. It's not something that anyone in my department would have any oversight over, primarily because it's a city-owned facility. Inspections for city-owned facilities are handled exclusively by the state, whether it be fire inspections, building inspections, or health inspections. So I do not know what the status is. Again, that would probably be a question better directed to Tourism Director Randy Randall, who oversees operations of that facility.
Okay, so approving this tonight allows permitting for commissary kitchens. Do we communicate those that we approve through permitting to the environmental department? How will they know that we have these where they could go inspect them? How do we know?
So thank you. The request for a health inspection would come not from the city, but from the owner and operator, or operator, I should say, of the commissary kitchen. So they would call for those inspections and would be required to demonstrate that they have passed those inspections to us at the time of issuing a business license and certificate of compliance.
And so that's how they get on the radar of the state environmental division. Because I wouldn't think that they just inspect once, you know?
No, I'm not sure, again, not a function of land use, but I would imagine that health inspections happen on a more annual type basis. And again, these commissary kitchens will be required to renew their business registration on an annual basis as well. And so the inspections would tie into that certification process as well.
Okay, well, thank you for your answers. I would be interested in receiving a sheet of information on what the requirements are to use the Santa Fe Community Convention Center, Sweeney Gym, and what our fees are. You never know, I might want to start a cooking class.
That's fantastic. I will do my best to track that information down for you and provide it at as soon as possible.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate that. And I know that may not be in your bailiwick, but you're presenting tonight. So that's just it. Okay. Thank you so much.
I'm happy to do it. You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to give a little background on this because it's not like community members come up with an idea and they want to propose legislation for us. This was actually asked about how they could permit this and make it legal because we didn't have any actual term for this kind of project. And at that time, the land use director didn't have the capacity or the staff and bandwidth to be able to make it happen. So their suggestion was, well, we can't make this happen. We have no ability to amend the code. So we need you to figure it out and hire an attorney to make it happen. So they put in a lot of money. And that's not fair, but this is how it rolled out. And they spent, I mean, they've probably been working on this over a year. So I'm happy to support this. And this is a possibility for other potential projects like this to come into play. And I think what makes this particular project different from what we call our commercial kitchen at the convention center is that this will be more accessible. And when I say accessible, I think the fees are going to be different. And I don't know what the fees are for the convention center. I can't remember, but I do know that if anyone's going to try to use our commercial kitchen, it's not a very easy task to be able to park downtown at the convention center, have to pay for parking. It just doesn't make sense. Of course, someone's going to think of another option to be able to do a commercial or commissary kitchen. And it fires me up because I just feel like we spend so much time and really good ideas that don't come into fruition because people don't have the wherewithal or financial means to be able to make it happen and keep pushing and pushing. And so I appreciate staff coming up and helping with this idea and helping with this solution, but it's not ideal. And so for my colleagues, the fact is, I don't think that they wanted to take this route, but this is what they were offered and spent a lot of time and money to be able to make it happen. So I hope and wish them success. And I really do hope that there'll be ways when we talk to them at first, I think there will be ways that people can access that and make it affordable. And there would be tiered fees depending on the ability to pay. And I mean, I think there'll be ways that they can work it out so that it is equitable and accessible to the public. So I wouldn't even compare it to the convention center. I feel like that doesn't even have the storage capacity to be able to get what people in the community need, especially if they need to come in and out and get their aspects of their business and access our freezers and access the kitchen. I think it's a challenge. And I think we had good intentions, but it just didn't play out that way for our convention center. So I commend them for doing this project and I wish them the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Romero-Worth, you have the floor.
I just wanted to comment. I'm sorry to hear that they've had such an ordeal because I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but the public can approach their counselor and ask for legislation or discuss policy changes. And if the counselor wants to move forward with those changes, we have that capacity, I believe. So I'm sorry to hear that they hired lawyers and this was a big ordeal. So I didn't know the history on that.
Thank you. Are there other comments about this proposal? I think to Councilwoman Villarreal's point, it really is in our sweet spot of one of the things that the economic development team has focused on for the last few years, which is value-added food as an asset in our community and growing that segment of our our economy and rewarding entrepreneurs. So it checks a lot of boxes as far as what our economic development team has talked about, and I think it deserves commendation and support, and hopefully will spur additional spin-offs of economic activity around value-added food and food product and food, growing food and producing food. It's particularly, again, COVID-19 brings home how important it is to have these local assets that we can support, draw on, and hopefully nurture. Other comments about the matter? Could the clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion has been approved.
thank you. Thank you and congratulations. Now we cycle back to where we were just a few hours ago. And before Councilor Rivera astutely observed we should readjust our agenda, and that would take us first to matters from the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I just wanted to highlight, there's been a lot of talk about all of our vacancies and job postings. We have two big jobs that are posted. The Community Health and Safety Director position has posted, as well as a number of others, including the asset manager position. You can find our job postings on our, obviously through our website. I'm happy to send around the link. I think we are really excited about a number of these jobs, but the engineer job is posted on there, a number of the ones that have come up in conversations tonight and in other places. So one of the things we're trying really hard to do, again, in a world where there's no recruiting budget, is to get these job postings out to a much broader network, just outside of those that are just perhaps caught by checking our website, getting them, onto social media and other extended networks. So I would ask and encourage you to help us get the word out on all these positions. I will send a follow-up note with a link so you can find it and don't have to go searching around. But if you can share any and all of these positions with your networks, that would really go a long way in helping us get some important candidates for all of these very important jobs that we have posted right now. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Matters from the City Attorney.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, I would recommend that we go into executive session on two items. One is pending or threatened litigation, which falls under Part H7 of the Open Meetings Act for executive sessions, and then also for discussion of disposition of the recently acquired Santa Fe Estates property pursuant to Part H8 of the Open Meetings Act.
Okay. Councilor Rivera, do you have a motion for us?
Sure, Mayor. I move that we move into executive session to discuss the matters listed on the agenda as recommended by the city attorney.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Garcia has seconded Councilor Rivera's motion. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor O'Meara Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Vihel Coppler,
Yes.
Counselor Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Beta,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
So we will leave this meeting room and move to the meeting room that is awaiting us for the executive session. We'll come back here to close out the evening, but go to the other site now.
Mayor, I'm back.
I see that. And you're also streaming live on YouTube.
I am. Hello, everybody on YouTube.
Joe, you make city government so enjoyable.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So most of Santa
Joe?
Fe wants to know, Joe, did you buy a car tonight?
I did. I did buy a car.
That's great. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Do you want to put a photo up on YouTube so we can all take a look at your new vehicle?
Yeah, sure. That's
You
funny.
could screen share and show us your new Mercedes Benz.
Yeah. That
Joe,
would
I've
be
got
nice.
a request for you.
What's
When we
up?
come to these meetings, we should have some type of lounge music waiting for us.
Oh, I could do that. I totally could do that. I guess everybody's been waiting for me to let him in. I've been
Yeah.
blabbing my mouth.
Joe, I think what Councilor Garcia wants is a soundtrack.
People
Oh, I
don't
got one
know-
for you. Let me
Joe,
yes,
do people know we're in executive session? Does it say that? Because,
they do.
okay.
Yeah, there's a big
Yes, they
sign
do.
that says that. But Councilor Garcia is lobbying for a soundtrack for when we come back. There'll be like a re-entry music, theme music from Joe.
Let's see.
Or we can have like a teleporting Star Trek sound when he lets everybody in.
When we
I
leap
could,
into
yes.
when we leap into hyperspace.
Let's see. Oh, here's one. This is my favorite one. It's not playing though, unfortunately.
Oh,
Oh well. There's a little Barry White.
Maybe we could play some like local bands while we're in executive session so people have something nice to listen to, and then we can introduce them to some of the Santa Fe music scene.
I like that idea.
Oh, that's a good idea. We could do that.
or we could do like the Major League Baseball. Every member of the governing body has a walk-up song for when they approach home plate.
We could do that too.
So we seem to be missing.
Oh, yeah. I just gotta, let's see.
One of our states.
Yeah,
is-
Ramon's saying he can't get on. Let me resend him, I guess.
Send him the link. We can't work without a full house.
We'll get it going here. I'm working on it. Okay, let me just resend here. Let's see, 2 RR. I know I'm gonna get blamed for this, so it's okay. Come on. There you go.
Is he waiting in the?
Yeah, let me, I'm just copying this and then I'm gonna paste it and resend.
Okay.
Let's see, okay, RR. Okay, and boom, paste, and link. All right, just sent it.
All right, let's give him a minute to click in
Okay.
and join us.
Excellent.
All good?
Hey, and I supported the local economy and GRT by buying a car in Santa Fe.
Joe,
I could have gone to
everybody-
Belen.
Joe,
I
everybody
could have
can
gone to
hear you.
Socorro. What was that?
Everyone can hear you.
I know.
He's very excited. He bought a new car tonight. And
I hadn't bought a new car since 1987. My Corolla was about to give out on me.
What'd you buy, Joe?
Bought a Hyundai.
Good for you.
Yeah.
It's got that.
I sent it to him. Yes, we are live. I better stop yapping. I'm getting called. Yolanda, I better misbehaved myself. I apologize. Let me see what's up with him.
We need our other council member.
We could start with matters communications from the governing body.
Yeah, first we have to come back from executive session. I suppose Councilor Rivera, you could make a motion and we could bring in Councilor Abeta afterward.
I'd like to make a motion that we come out of executive session stating for the record that discussion was limited to those matters listed on the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
There was many seconds. I think Councilwoman Villarreal won the second contest. Can the city clerk please call the roll on the motion?
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Rivera,
Yes.
Councillor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councillor Vihil Coppler,
Yes.
Councillor Villarreal,
Yes.
Councillor Cassett Sanchez,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
I want to make sure Councillor Beta is not on yet.
I just got an update. He's having problems with his computer.
He's just sent me a text that he can't get back in for some reason, he said, but
Yeah, I walked him through it and he was having problems with his computer.
well, let's excuse him for the moment.
Thank you, Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion is approved.
thank you. So we are back from the executive session. I believe the next item is matters from the city clerk. Madam Clerk, do you have any matters?
I have none, thank you.
Thank you. Let's take communications from the governing body. Councilor Garcia, you can have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just want to remind folks, next week is the last week to get your census turned in. So make sure if you haven't done it, get it done. Call your neighbor, your mom, your grandma, anybody, make sure they all get it done. They can go to 2020census.org. Also remind folks that early voting will be starting next week. So by the time we meet again as a governing body, early voting will be well underway. So make sure to remind folks to get registered to vote, or encourage them to do their patriotic duty. And you can go in person and early vote, request an absentee vote, or go on the day of, whatever's safest for you. And then right behind me, you've got the 7 archangels that were recently restored that are over on the East Alameda Riverwalk. Santero Jose Lucero created these back in 2004. And I think they're a part of the iconic downtown Santa Fe. I mean, I remember when these went up and it's like, wow, these are awesome. And I'm so psyched that they got restored and they were being taken care of. There was actually one that collapsed a couple weeks back just due to time, but it hopefully will be restored. And I mean, what kind of better way to save a tree that was dying than to turn it into an awesome piece of artwork? And one thing I like about Jose's work is he's real traditional in the sense that he uses all natural pigments from local plants to make his paints. So I mean, I think that's awesome. He doesn't just go to Hobby Lobby and buy his paints. He makes them himself. So I mean, that's awesome. So hats off to Jose and his long tradition of Santeroism. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
I was just thinking that Councillor Garcia wants to be in District 1 because that's our district. But we all can share his amazing art.
I thought the boundary is Alameda. The river is our side.
Not there, but that's okay. We still
Hey,
love work.
I'm District 1 for the night.
You're welcome to join us. I'm tired, so I don't really have anything more. Thank you.
Fair enough. Councilwoman Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a caption to read in. It is a resolution in support of the National Veteran Cemetery Administration's Veteran Legacy Program. It's a wonderful program, and I hope everybody will get a look at that resolution soon. I have something else tonight that I just want to say. I know this gal really well, who has lived through 2 pandemics. One in 1918 and the one in 2020. And that would be my mom. She turned 103 on Monday. That's something. It's been a hard year. It's been a very hard year for her. And she tells me that she says, I'm just waiting for the call. I'm really afraid that God's forgotten about me. So do our best to enjoy our days. And it's amazing to know somebody that has lived through both pandemics. Just absolutely amazing, 103. So happy birthday, Mom. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, and tell your mom we send our love.
I
all
will.
of us, collectively. Counselor Romero Worth.
I don't have anything except happy birthday to Sig's mom.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you about what she remembers about the first pandemic later.
Yeah, offline. Counselor Rivera, you have the floor.
Yes, I'd like to sign on to Councilwoman Lindell's resolution and also wish her mother a happy birthday. So tell her that from all of us, especially me, but all of us. So thank you, Mayor. That was it.
Thank you very much. Counselor Vihel-Coppler, you have the floor.
Well, happy birthday to Mom Lindell. I'm assuming
Thank
that
you.
might be her last name.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and anyway, I have maybe some couple of questions for the city manager. Luckily, thankfully, I did read a memo today that the ice rink is planning to open. And I have a question. I thought the first memo I saw was October 7th. And then I read another memo saying it would be like the 21st. I can't remember. Can you tell us when the ice rink will open?
Do you want me to address it now?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vihel-Coppler, thank you for the question. I think it is a work in progress, as one of the public hearing participants noted. There are a number of steps that go into place. So I believe that the current target date is the October 21st. There was a target date of October 5th or 7th. There's been some mechanical issues as they go about starting to turn back, I don't know what the technical, turn the ice back on, chill the ice again. If you guys, as you recall, when we started this, we were doing a lot of work in the ice rink. So that work was completed, but now then there's, here we are 6 months later. So it is complicated, and we will be putting out a communication to the public, hopefully as early as tomorrow, laying this out. I know there's a lot of frustration and a lot of discontent about how all of these have rolled out. Each one is so unique and different, but right now the target date is the 21st. The team is working diligently to get it open safely. And then it will be still a limited opening. But we will be putting out, again, hopefully tomorrow, a more specific communication laying out all those pieces and what the reservation protocol is and all of that.
Thank you. That's very good news. And I'm really happy to hear that, because you're right. There are a lot of people that are waiting for this, and including our youngsters. And so following Councilor Garcia's modus operandi, here's the ice rink. So hopefully we can get that going. And I would also like to ask the same question about Fort Marcy. Now, we did say Fort Marcy was going to open, I thought at one time, when Bicentennial closed. I could be wrong, but now Bicentennial is apparently going to close because of the weather. And And then we displaced it with Salvador Perez, but now Salvador Perez has more work to be done and can't open. So is Fort Marcy going to open?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vijo Koppler, I think all of these are a work in progress. So there's been a lot of different pieces floating out. We were very clear in the budget that we are not in a position, given this year's budget, we are not in a position to open both Salvador Perez and Fort Marcy. So a decision will have to be made. Bicentennial was opened. Of course, it's a seasonal pool. We have kept it open longer than usual. Usually it closes right after the pet parade with the doggy dip. So that's, we've been able to accommodate that. So we are working through under John's leadership right now, what the right reopening plan is, both from a staffing perspective, from a COVID safe procedures perspective, and the needs of our community. So we've seen really good success with the GCCC. We've got a lot to learn from that. We've been able to get, you know, an increasing number of residents in a safe manner. Knock on wood, we've had really, we've not experienced any incidents of, but we are in the process of working it out. SalP, of course, as you all know, is coming out of major construction. They are close. It is not 100% done, but they're working through some final kinks. So I think I don't have a definitive answer to share with you today, but we are working through all of it. But I think it is important to face the hard truths that we have been, you know, pretty open about since the budget process, which is we will not be able to maintain all facilities as we have previously. So it is a difficult situation as Bicentennial closes. We will have the staff and the budget to open one facility, not both.
Okay, thank you for that. And the only last comment I have is I got some communication from employees that they have to read about what's happening to them in the newspaper. And that was the article about Salvador Perez and whatever article recently that was. And so if at all possible, I think increased communication before it comes out in the newspaper. That's often how I hear my stuff, by the way. Thank God. But that's not a good practice, and it doesn't feel good.
Amen. And I wish I controlled what the reporters write about, but I don't. So, but understood. And I think that one was really, it's not a done deal there. We still have all of these items to work through. I think that information caught a number of people by surprise. But point taken, point heard. And we are always working to do better communication with our employees.
Thank you. That's
Anything
all.
else? That's it? Okay, Councilor Cassett Sanchez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I also have a birthday. Happy birthday to Sig's mom. That is it's a lot to celebrate. One of my favorite people in my life just had a birthday yesterday, and that's my father. So I want to make sure that I wish him a very happy birthday. Haven't seen him in about a year now, and so that's really hard, but we've been keeping up as best we can. So want to make sure we recognize him. And it's actually funny, when I started, I would have a lot of people come up to me and say, "Oh, hi, how's your dad?" And that was kind of the first question. So wanted to make sure that I give that recognition, because I know that there are a lot of individuals who have worked with him over the years and have mentioned that they miss him. So happy birthday to him.
Thank you. I got a text from Councilor Abeyta, who said he was having continuing trouble getting back onto the meeting, but he had nothing in particular he needed to say at this time with regard to communications from the governing body. I have one item, a very long title, that is really the work of Councilors Lindell, Romero Worth, and Villarreal regarding short-term rentals. They did all the hard work, and they are the people who crafted the ordinance and deserve the recognition for all of that significant effort to take this out into the public, get feedback, work with City Attorney's Office, with Jen. And so that ordinance, which is a very long title, amending section 14-16.2. I'm not going to read the entire title because it goes on way too long, but it is being introduced, and it's really to their credit that it's going to move through the process now. Second, the comments of Councilor Garcia about both census and voting. For those of you who enjoyed last night's presidential debate and found it to be an edifying experience of diplomatic and presidential behavior worthy of emulation by all of us or not, remember that the election is very close. Councilor Garcia is spot on. It's right on us. And so absentee ballot, register. If you're not registered, please do. It's a requirement for democracy to work. Get your absentee ballot. Have a voting plan. This year more than ever before, it's not just show up on election day. You actually have to think ahead about a voting plan. Take it as a matter of great seriousness. Same goes for the census. Councilor Garcia is spot on about that. That's real money, either coming back to New Mexico or not. And so everybody counts. To Sig and her mom, that's extraordinary. I lost an uncle to the Spanish flu years ago. My father's older brother was taken away. And it's a matter that was passed down inside the family about how his big brother was not able to make it through that. So your mom did, and she's still here, and we love her dearly, and send her everybody's heartfelt congratulations and remembrances and great love. And as you say, we live it one day at a time and make every day a good one. So thank you for that. Thanks for sharing that with us. That's a gift you gave us. With that, I think, unless I'm mistaking anything, which I do.
Councilor Romero Worth.
She's waving goodbye. All right. In that case, at 10:58, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.